32 teams, 7 rounds, 256 players. It is draft day, folks. How are we all doing?
Feeling fantastic.
Didn't the Dolphins get a pick taken off of them?
Aye, they did.
Yep.
Sucks to be them. Sucks
Boom,
to be them.
witty comment straight off the bat.
Booyah, booyah.
Getting straight in there with the
With the fire.
We are sharp tonight, boys. We are sharp tonight.
I am just going to bring up the first comment of the night from Joe, who's already sharing our video. Bijan Robinson.
No, I'm going to say it. I think he is going to get drafted by either the Falcons or the Eagles. I'm going to say it. I really am. I think that's what's going to happen.
I certainly see that the Falcons are certainly interested in him, but it's interesting that Mickey Spagnola, who obviously, picked Micah Parsons a couple of years ago as the Cowboys pick, he's picked Bijan. So, as did Patrick Walker as well. So there you
Valenti is throwing in his opinion, and he is saying Mazzy Smith.
Ooh, interesting.
So, give us your thoughts and opinions, folks. We will pull them all up.
I'm quite intrigued by that one, actually, but is Mazzy Smith a bit of a reach?
At 26, probably I'd be looking to trade out.
Yeah.
Paul's already marked off. We're not even 2 minutes into the show. He's already marked off 2 of his bingo squares.
Darnell, right? That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, as well, it's not just it's not just Michigan players like tackle. You've also got who is it? Kevin Brooks from 1985 as well. Landry's year. That's another Michigan player that we turned into a bust. So, yeah, maybe not.
Yeah. Absolutely. So look, the news is already starting to filter out. We've had some headlines already. We're going to have more headlines as the day goes along or as the evening goes along. Lamar Jackson has just gotten $260 million deal done. He is going to be the quarterback of the Raiders.
Mike, what
or the Ravens. What do we
also the haircut, I see.
I was just warming you up.
Yeah, they love a bit of pre-draft news, don't they?
Yeah.
Whether it's a player doing some stupid on video to somebody stealing the limelight and getting the quarterback signed up. I did hear they said on NFL Network that the Ravens had done a bit of QB homework, but if you don't get Lamar done, somebody else would, and then you have to go and burn one of your firsts or a first.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make sense.
Here's a question for you guys: are we going to see another Laramie Tunsil situation this year's draft?
I don't know.
With the likes of Jalen Carter right now.
I think
it's close. It's close, but not. Yeah, I think Tunsil will never ever happen again. Funnily enough, I shared it on Twitter, sent it to Graham. Did you ever watch of it, Gray?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? I like the bit where he's clicking his fingers. He's going millions. Yeah, and you're just watching the money go ting, 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 and you're like, whoa.
Well, he's not laughing now. I think is he not like the highest paid offensive tackle in the league right now?
Yeah,
highest paid left tackle.
He signed was it $75 $3 million?
3 years, $75 million.
But you know, the agents probably said to him, look, don't rise to whoever's blackmailing you. If you play well enough, your second contract will dwarf whatever you've got anyway. So don't get hung up on it.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm just going to share this a minute just to check. No, okay. Apparently, they still don't actually know.
Mike keeps cutting cut out, I
Pick
believe.
it up, Mike. Yeah.
You're cutting in and out there, Mike.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
he was still a first round pick, so it's not as if he's,
Am I?
you know, living on the streets.
Yeah, I think I know why, mate. It's because you've got too many things working in the background. That's probably why.
You're all right. I am trying to do something a minute. I'm trying to.
Now you're fine. Yeah. And JXL is just replying to Valenti, and he's saying,
What's that like?
Mazzy Smith at 26 would be a pen throw for me. So
a defensive tackle in the first round from the Cowboys. Have we ever done that?
Russell Maryland.
Lauren, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, Russell Maryland.
Yeah, Russell Maryland.
1991.
Yeah, he was the first pick overall.
Our very first pick was a defensive tackle. Bob
It
Lilly.
And it was it was quite a big trade. It was it from 15 to number 1?
But 1991, you see where I'm going with it. It would be a sea change.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If Cansey was there at 26, then I would maybe take that dive in there. I know you don't like that, mate, but I would.
It's too much of an outlier.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would hope he'd be gone before us.
Is that Bijan you're talking about?
No.
No,
Lil Mac is saying we have no clue who Dallas are taking tonight. We honestly don't.
No, we really don't.
So I was on talking with Nix earlier on his Twitter space and stuff like that, and it just seems like are we using tight end as a disguise as smoking mirrors? Like you're talking about all these different tight ends, like Meyer and Kincaid and stuff like that, but
Musgrave.
Musgrave. But but the one person that no one's talking about is the other guy.
Sam Laporta?
No, Washington.
Darnell Washington.
No one's talking about him.
Well, Jane said
the one, and I put it on Twitter today.
Jane Slater said an hour ago on Twitter that the Cowboys have 17 first round grades. So
Mike, I think you're delayed. I think you're delayed now because you've got too much stuff running in the background, so you're out of sync.
Well, I am.
Definitely.
No, you're fine.
He's definitely. He's like a good 2 seconds delayed.
Hello, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, he's delayed.
You're not moving. Yeah.
How about now?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Brian, you might not notice it, but I can definitely notice it. But anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you were talking about, the smoke screen and all of that, but I think the one bit, there's definitely tight end is on the cards, but something I was thinking about, which I put on Twitter today, is how quickly the cornerback talk with Dallas went away. It didn't just go silent; it went away. We all say, "Oh, Joey Porter."
That's right.
We like all these guys. Witherspoon. All of a sudden, all that just disappeared, and it just went tight end, and that was it.
Well, funny enough that you mentioned that, because Steve Mariucci is saying Emmanuel Forbes for Dallas, and I'm like, what?
No.
He's
a first-round talent, right? He is a first-round talent. He's a first-round cornerback.
We're not touching.
The issue I've got is having Emmanuel Forbes opposite Trayvon Diggs. They're too much of the same type of cornerback. Do you want two cornerbacks that are always trying to look for a pick six and afraid to tackle? No. Yeah, like one of the reasons Trayvon Diggs, and you can say what you want about how Anthony played on the other side, right? But what he was good at was he was more of a solid guy. He can also get off blocks. Diggs isn't that guy. Diggs is the type of guy who's going to drop back in coverage and is going to he likes to play out of phase. So, you need more of a cornerback that's willing to play in phase on the other side. I mean, it'd be great if they did take Emmanuel Forbes, because, like, think about, you've got two attacking playmakers that want to attack the ball all the time on defense. It's crazy. But the issue you've got is it's always going to be boom or bust. That's your trouble. You become a boom or bust defense in terms of, defensive backs.
Yeah. Like, cornerback, it's very weird. And like Mike, myself and you have said this all through Project Prospect, through the draft. This is a draft that's just weird everywhere. There's no consensus about
a lot of outliers. Yeah.
Group you want to talk about. No one, there's very few people have a consensus on who's the top 2 or 3 players in any position group. Never mind a consensus on who the top 10 players in this draft class are. Like,
yeah, I mean, you only have to look at the draft show the last couple of days, and Brian's telling you where Daniel Jeremiah's got guys picked, Dane's got him picked, and everything like that. And in some cases, there's something like 30 picks difference between everybody. So
like, I think Brian was saying that some teams around the league have only 9 or 10 first-round grades in this class.
Yeah.
Rather than, say, the normal 17, 18 that teams tend to have.
I got 15.
You 15. Like, yeah, it's hard to get any more than that. And I mean, I'm sure even at that 15, you're kind of going, am I sure about the last 5, maybe?
Yeah, well, I got 1, 2, 3, 4 1-2s.
Yeah. Like
grades.
when you're into 1-2s, you're kind of going like 11 first round grades.
Yeah.
And that's just, and like Paul, as you always say, the draft is a lottery.
It really is.
And we can't project what this draft class is going to be for the next 3, 4, 5 years to tell you if it's a good class, a bad class, an above average class.
I totally agree with you. I mean, when you look at last year, like, no one expected us to go for Tyler Smith until right at the very end of like literally last minute. It's like, is it actually going to be Tyler Smith? Then you're like, everyone had him like potentially 2nd round grade, and all of a sudden he just became a first, but it worked out in the end. So and it's so weird. Like, this year we've been keeping things so close to our chest this year. Like, I'm just very curious to know what Jerry has in planned, and I really don't know what we're going to do. I really don't. Like, everyone keeps saying, "Oh, it is going to be tight end. Oh, it's going to be if there's an offensive lineman there, then it's going to be an offensive lineman." Blah 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 blah. We just don't know. We really don't know. There's no clear indicator of what we're doing in this first round. Second round is where I'm very interested in. Tomorrow, is where I think the fun's going to be.
Yeah. I mean, I can honestly see us, being on this all night, and Jerry trades out at the first round, and we don't have a pick, so we're 4 hours prognosticating about everybody else.
It makes my life really easy with blogging the boys if that happens, mine. I'd have nothing to do.
Oh, you would still have the trade to talk about, so
I know, and I am on trade as well, so kind of still have that to do.
I must say, mate, this scenario is pretty fucking good.
Yeah, very smooth. I see what I got.
I think the fact that everybody is so close together in terms of the thing, this is an effect of it. People staying in college a bit longer. With the COVID years and everything like that.
Yeah.
You get more and more playing time, more experience, that sort of thing, and you're getting guys that are more seasoned. Obviously, it means that they've got a lot of tread on their tires taken off already, that sort of thing. So when they do move up, it sort of levels the playing field. So it really is out with the 17 guys who really are fantastic. Then and being the first round picks, everything else is pretty much they're all of a level. I mean, from what I've seen, there's even guys that are being talked about in rounds 5 and 6, maybe even 7, that you could actually. Some people can make a case that you could be drafting them on day 2. So,
well, we did say that last year when it comes to Cole Strange.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a good prime example. No one ever, probably like not even me. I had him as an early second round at best. I would never expect him to go into the first round. Never. And I think there's going to be a lot of surprises in this year's draft. And from a non-Cowboys pick, I'm very intrigued to see what Houston does for their pick, because that might determine what Arizona's going to do, and that might cause a whole mayhem of trades.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. There's a couple of questions I was just thinking of. Right, we all thought last year there was going to be trades galore in the first 10 picks, and I think it got to pick 12 before a pick was traded. So do you think is similar going to happen this year?
I think it's going to be a lot more chaotic, I think.
It's going to be a very lot more tradey because of the type of draft that it is so top heavy. There's going to be a lot of teams trying to fiddle around to try and jostle for position.
Here's the thing. Brian Broaddus mentioned this on the draft show, and he also mentioned it with us. The only time we could see teams want to trade back, well, if teams want to move up, they'll be given. It won't be like for the premium. Like it may be like swapping your first round draft pick plus a 6th or a 7th or something like that, because people are not willing to move up because they don't see the point unless it's very minimum in terms of trade value. That's the only thing I could like. Even with the Cowboys, if they're going to trade up, don't expect to see giving up a lot for it.
Yeah, I think out with the top 10, 15 picks, I mean, the trade charts, Jimmy Johnson's trade charts, you can throw that out the window. So, it very much is going to be a lot closer. You're not going to have to give up a 4th round pick. You're going to have to give up a 5th round pick.
He's right on there.
3 or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Steve Barker, right on the money. Arizona.
Yeah.
Oh, and can we just mention this? Like, welcome to Steve for coming as part of the admin group. Woohoo! Steve's now part of the admin group, along with Craig and along with Joe Bart. Mm-hmm. So, welcome, guys. Welcome to.
We say welcome to them all, but actually, Joe has been with us before, and Craig has been doing stuff as well.
Yeah, and officially into our group chat for sure now. But Steve, who's been part of the UK Cowboys fans since like the golden age, like since it really he's been there since day one. So more than happy to see Steve part of this as well. So let's go.
Right. Hold on now.
Mike has some games.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
If it's a game of not smoking, well, I'm breaking the rules. So
you go for it, baby. I'm looking at it. It's looking very delicious. All right, here we go. And play along at home. We got these for all 3 days. Got a bunch of these to do.
Who am I?
Who am I? Right. Are you ready for this?
Right, let's go.
Okay. So the first, it's 3, and you just guess. As soon as you give the answer, just give a guess. 3 points if you get it right on the first one, 2 points for the second, and 1 point for the last one. Obviously, because they get easy as you go along, right? Okay.
Right.
So this is Dallas Cowboys players, all right? Well, I've got draft ones as well. So, number 1, my 40 time was 5.02 seconds.
Travis Frederick.
Ooh.
Zach Martin.
Interesting.
Taco Charlton.
I see you've all gone for big players. Because bear in mind, some of these are quite sneaky. You think? All right, are you ready?
Yep.
Graham, get your answer in.
Yeah, go on, Greg.
Leon Lett.
All right, then. Are you ready?
Go for it.
I was actually born in Dallas, Fort Worth, and I played offensive tackle.
Lebarski is suggesting Tyler Smith. Have we anyone else's opinion on it?
Terrence Steele.
Nate Newton.
Nate Newton, interesting.
No, he was Florida.
Yeah, he was Florida.
Oh, I think I might have this.
You will on the next one.
Joe is suggesting it's Zach Martin. I'm going to throw it out there. Mr. Connor Williams.
Interesting.
Oh, that's a good show.
All right, here we go. This will give it away. Final one. I'll put this away and we'll do some more later. Yeah. Final one is I was a first-round pick for the Cowboys out of Tulsa.
Tyler Smith.
There you go.
Yep.
So we've now worked out that Lebarski is Mike.
Yeah. It's a good way. It's a good way to find. I got some other ones as well. We've got other sneaky ones we can play as well. In terms of other games, we got Would You Rathers as well, and we got a new game for this season, which is reporting in. So basically, what I will do is I will give you bullet points of a prospect in this year's draft. You have to guess who I'm talking about.
Right.
Yes. So just something to do, but. For Big Lebarski, because he got it right, he gets an air horn. We are doing something as well tonight, guys, on the stream. There won't be any noise. We are going to try it and see how it goes to begin with. But when Roger Goodell makes the picks, they will be on your screen.
Hopefully.
Oh, yeah. If all goes to plan. If not, don't matter. We'll carry on. We will just carry on as we are in normal fashion and all the rest of it.
Well, cheers, guys.
Yes.
Yep.
Let us know at home, guys. What are your draft day drinks or routines, or what's your lucky charms?
I tell you what, though, I love Steve's actual plan for us. He had a couple of cans of Guinness, wings and ribs or something like that. He had, so that to me sounds absolutely heaven.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
That is tasty.
I had my standard. I had my standard Woody's pizza earlier, and I've got my little snack here with some garlic bread, just to kind of keep the carbs going for tonight, you know. So it's all about the energy. When I say energy, I've got this as well.
Well, I'm actually going to go make myself a triple espresso now. Which again, going.
We did catch you yawning earlier on.
Funny. I was doing it on a couple of other things earlier, and then I was like just sort of on the sofa over here, just over there, and I was just like, yeah, and I actually drifted off for 5, and it was the loveliest 5-minute nap I've had.
Nice.
I will just say, it's like, just thank goodness we're not doing a 24-hour tonight. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Like, there would be more triple espressos than the high seas of Guantanamo. That's for sure.
Well, all I'm saying is next year.
Oh, no.
If that someone will have good coffee right now, Joe from Italy. He'll have some really good coffee there.
Yep.
And fair play to you, Joe. Like, you're 2 hours ahead of us, so it's like 2:30 in the 2:30 a.m. in the morning, I believe. So fair play to you, man. Always coming on to the show. And guys, if you're here new to the UK Cowboys, be sure to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, show us some love and that, and get your comments in.
Yeah, put your comments up. Let us know where you're from as well. You know, we've had a lot of new subscribers in the last couple of weeks. So
yeah.
And obviously check out our package for Thanksgiving as well, and come across and meet us and have a couple of pints.
Here we go. Yeah, all the picks.
1:30 in the morning, so it's just an hour ahead.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That hour counts, though. It's still counting. Oh, yeah.
So what do we reckon, guys? Like, mind I mentioned a bit earlier about what Houston are thinking about doing. What do you think they are going to do?
Who are going to do?
Houston.
They have to go quarterback.
Yeah.
They have to go. Everybody's trying to sell season tickets, and they cannot start the NFL season with Davis Mills. No,
definitely not.
No. The whole point of picking in the top 5 is you have to think straight away, right, we're never going to be picking here again because we're going to get every decision right and we're going to be in the late 20s.
Graham, there is a problem with that. We are talking about Houston, though.
They're going quarterback. I think that their plan is to just sit there and they've scouted who are their 2 favorite quarterbacks. That's how they've done it.
Yeah.
So that they're plan A and they got their plan B.
Did you see in Daniel Jeremiah's last mock that he had the Texans jumping up to 3 as well?
Yeah.
To get Will Anderson.
Yeah, I heard about that.
That's aggressive.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine trying to pay a quarterback and a defensive end in the same offseason?
I'll tell you something as well, though. I'm seeing a lot on all the news outlets that it's now going to be Anthony Richardson to Indianapolis. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
They're at number 4, isn't it?
Yeah, he's number 4.
Yeah.
See, I'm not sold on him at all.
I think he's going to be all right. I think obviously the lack of experience, plays a factor, but he's got talent for sure.
Did anyone see Chris Sims on NFL today?
Yeah,
he was ranking his top 6 quarterbacks.
Terrible. It's a terrible list. It's terrible.
That
he
comment.
had your first quarterback at 3.
That's fine. You can make that argument.
And he had DTR tied 5th.
I know.
Go
on. Sorry, Paul.
No, sorry. Finish over what you were just about to say there, because I've got a wee question in here I'm going to bring up.
Yeah, well, I was going to say there's like DTR, he's fine, right? But it's just that he's got a powerful arm. He's got this powerful arm, but like what else are you translating from college into the NFL that he has? You can't put him all the way up there past other guys. Like if you squint really hard, you can maybe get him to 6. The 6th best quarterback. You can flip him maybe for Tanner McKee.
Yeah.
But I seen his list and I was just like, oh, this is terrible. You know what it was? Yeah. It was just clickbait.
Yeah.
See, it's crazy talking about it's like moments before the draft. You're seeing all these ridiculous takes now, and you're just like, what? But
it's
Sims
like
does it all the time.
He does. The guy's an idiot.
He's after numbers. He wants the number, and what's one way to get the numbers? The easiest way is to be controversial. Yeah, be controversial as hell. He does it all the time.
It's basically not as popular version of your stupid Stephen A. Smiths and your Skip Baylesses. Pretty much, that's the way I'm seeing it.
But
I kind of see it as the same level as Hurd.
Anybody could say something stupid though. Like, I've heard the Cowboys are going to jump up to number 3. There you go. Like, share. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Paul, I've got one for you. Broadus is rocking the North Dakota State green.
At 26, though.
Oh, that's early. That's early.
See, I keep saying this. I keep saying this, right? If we don't go offensive line in the first round, like if Darnell Wright's gone, cool, fair enough, and do whoever we do pick in the first round, if it's tight end or whatever, second round, my best guess is we're going to have to trade up to get like some Mark or a Via. That's what I think is going to happen.
Have to, yeah.
We're going to have to,
yeah, at
some point. Move up to the low 40s, high 30s. That's the range we need to be in to get one of those guys, I think.
Yep.
I'm quite happy for them to make their first round pick, move up in the second, sell all your back end.
It's not wrong.
Move all your back end draft picks. So, like, if you've got to sort of use your day 3 and your round 3 and a couple of day 3s, and then try and move up in day 3 with whatever's left, then so be it. I'm happy for you to do that because this draft is so top heavy. Why not do that? Because the ones you're getting later in the round, the shelf, the drop off, and the talent gap is so big. Why not then get the better guys and finish your draft?
Right. So the question I wanted to bring up was from Valenti here, right? And this is a shout as well. It's like, do you guys like Gibbs? Question is, yes, I do like Gibbs. I think, if I'm being perfectly honest, I would take Gibbs more so than Robinson. That's my crazy take, because, like, I think we can get him a more, like, even if we traded back, Gibbs is still going to be there. I think, like, whereas Robinson, you're putting so much higher risk to either try and attempt to trade up for him at what cost. So for me, like, I'd rather have something like Gibbs or the likes of Taji Spears or likes of Tank Bigsby. One of those guys, I wouldn't mind having them in this roster. But if we get Gibbs, fantastic. I would love to have Gibbs.
Yeah,
I like Gibbs in the second round.
Yeah, no, I agree. But he's not going to be there at 58. He's not going to be there. Like, and this, it keeps going back to what I'm saying. It's like, depends what we do in this first round. The likely chance we are going to have to trade up for a running back or offensive lineman in that second round. I think that is not invariably, but it just seems it's a very strong case scenario. It might potentially happen.
Like, if they do only have 17 first round grades, straight away you go, well,
you're right.
Let's trade back into the early second. But 31 other teams are going to be thinking the exact same thing. So you're maybe not going to get that opportunity to move down, say, 10 picks, because everybody's going to be trying that.
Yeah. But I mean, the other thing as well that they're talking about is that, you know, you've only got 17 first-round picks. There's something like there's only 17 second-round picks in some people's books as well. So, you know, at some point you're going to start pulling out third and fourth round picks on day 2, you know, so it's a bit crazy this year. Again, that just goes to show that everybody's of a similar level, you know, and it's you know, there's not that big a difference in between, you know, Mr. Irrelevant and, you know, the first draft pick, you know, so.
So I'm just gonna pull up Joe's question here, because we've kind of gone off the boil on the wide receiver talk, and we're talking a lot about tight end with our first round pick. So the talk going around the NFL right now is that D-Hop is up for trade for a third round pick. Would we be happy to make that trade right now?
I don't see the point.
No, exactly that.
I don't see the point. We've just brought in Cooks, right? And you're going to get a much more cheaper, younger version of him. Well, not not obviously not to his skill level, but just bear in mind Hopkins has had his share fair of injuries. He's older now. Like, why would you want to kind of trade up for a third round for a guy that is only going to be rotational when you've got like Salam, you've got Gallup, you've got Crooks now? Like, I just don't see the point in that. Like, from what I've seen on Twitter space and the rumor mill and stuff like that, it's going to be the Ravens. It's going to get him.
Well, there's talk of the Titans looking at him as well, and but again, you're talking about 20 million that you've got to pay him this year, so to fit that into your cap as well.
See, that's a great comment from Labastri there. Like talking about the pay cut as well. So, and like you mentioned there, Lauren, like we can't afford them. We can't.
No.
There's no way.
I mean, if he was willing to take a pay cut, if he was willing to take a pay cut, he would take it with the Cardinals.
Yeah. Or you get the Cardinals to do what Houston did with Cooks, and eat some of the money that he's due, and then Jerry turns around and does the remainder over the remaining 2 years with a couple of avoidable years as well. So but you still got to have the space to actually transfer him that day.
I would also say I never really liked the fit either. I get it; he's talented. I didn't like the fit in terms of that. You look at what he does, what Hopkins does. He's great wide receiver, but he doesn't separate. He's good at the 50-50 ball, right? 50-50 balls with him and 50-50 balls. The issue with that is Dak doesn't like to throw that way. He likes his guys to create a bit of separation, and then he'll throw them open. Like when you think like how Hopkins plays, he's not that guy because he's not a fast wide receiver. And we've said before, speed isn't everything as a wide receiver. And you watch what Hopkins does. I'm just watching it. I'm like, Dak is never going to target him. He's going to look at him. He's going to look over. He's going to see him shaded and covered, and he's going to move on. He's going to go through to his next progression. And so, like, I never really liked the fit.
If you want to look at it in another way, like, there's not much difference between Nook and Des Bryant. And Dak Prescott got here, Des Bryant's numbers went down straight away. As you say, Mike, he didn't like to throw the 50-50 ball, even though he knew Des would catch it.
Yeah. He's just not that type of quarterback.
Yeah.
I think the thing with Dak as well, I mean, Dak was a guy that, at least spread it around the field and was willing to pick up, 5-6 different receivers. How many times did you see on the stat line, the wide receivers page, went over the second page sort of thing. Yeah. Where Tony Romo, when the chips were down, you knew it was either going to be Des or it was going to be Witten, first of all, Obviously, that's one of the reasons why he went down, and then obviously Des wasn't the player he was after he signed that big contract. I mean, he ended up injured half the first season, and then the chemistry wasn't there to begin with as well. So
very true.
Yeah. So we're about 15 minutes out from the start of the first round. So, folks, if you have any questions, look, get them into us. This is as much your show as it is the five of us here talking amongst ourselves. So get your thoughts, get your opinions in, as Andrew has been doing pretty much all evening. He's talking about moving back for Mazi Smith. He's also suggested moving back early into the second, getting Jamar Gibbs. Let us know what your thoughts are, what your opinions are.
See again, it's so weird. This, like, we had a really good acquisitions for the offseason, bringing back key players like Van Der Esch, etc. Bringing in Gilmore, bringing in Cooks. We've got somewhat flexibility to do what we can do, especially in this second round. We've got freeway to do a lot. If we trade back, we've got a really good chance to pick up some of these good players that can be impact players, like from day one, like as second rounders. So it's just really intriguing to see what we're going to do.
Yeah.
But I don't know if any of you guys seen, but anyone see RJ's interview with Safe Flowers earlier today?
Yeah,
No.
I watched this one with Jackson.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Like, I'll be honest, like if Safe Flowers was the pick, I would not be mad at that. I wouldn't be mad.
Yeah, he does. He would do. Yeah, because he's different again, and that's what I'm all about. It's about having different types of wide receiver,
and that's especially for this West Coast offense, 100%.
Exactly. Like that's why I've said from the start that Jackson Smith and Jigba is my number one wide receiver. I just worry about being on this Cowboys offense, how he would look, because he's too much of what the Cowboys already have. I want to have a plethora of skills and body type rather than just one particular type. You know, I've said this before that the Clemson Tigers did the same thing, and it became really easy to defend because all you do, if you're a defensive coordinator, you teach your cornerbacks how to defend one wide receiver, and you go, there you go, that's how you play the game, because they're all the same. That's how you do it, and that's it. So you have a range, especially on the West Coast, like you say, Paul. You need these different range of skill types for various reasons, and most of it is to make you make you more dimensional and less one-dimensional.
Yeah, totally agree.
My question on that is, though, if you bring in Flowers, who do you take snaps from?
Good question.
Do you take snaps from the guy you've just traded for?
No.
Or the guy you've just extended?
You would,
or the guy you want to make the first round? The guy you want to pay?
I mean, like, what you'd be doing there then is you'd probably start seeing some more like open wide receivers, like 4 wide receiver sets. You'd be playing less tight end. I think that's what you would be going for in that instance.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, bring up Joe's comment here. Sorry, Lon.
Yep.
That's a great question.
Come on, Paul. Give us the answer.
Everybody knows my answer. I don't need to repeat it.
Come on.
I would be quite upset. Like, if we do draft Bijan, then okay, cool, whatever. But I would not be thrilled about it.
So you're getting a top 5 talent in this draft. Why do you not want said top 5 talent? And don't either you give me the pass blocker thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
No, it's not.
We spent Tuesday night debating this for a good half hour.
It's the contract more than anything.
What contract? He's getting a rookie contract.
After 5 years, he's going to be bummed out. Just like
get rid of him. Bring in the next running back. You get rid of him.
Right, but where's he going to run through? The left guard gap? No chance.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me,
behind the worst O-line in Texas.
Thank you, JXL. Thank you. At least someone's on my side in this argument. Thank you.
I'm on your side, Paul. I'm on your side. The Cowboys have no problem getting rid of first-round talent, remember?
Yeah.
See, like the thing is my question is just such a cop-out answer, but like because you're saying who you'd be angry about is like when you're picking this far down in the draft.
I would be angry, if it was a quarterback we drafted in the first round, then I think
there you go.
All would be angry. 100%.
That's my cop. That is exactly my cop-out answer. Is that if it's a quarterback, I'd be pissed off. But really, when you go through the list, you're like, they're picking at the back end of the first round. Really,
that's my true angry response as a quarterback. We've had people on the comments saying, "Oh, we should get Hendon Hooker at 26." I'm like, why? I don't there's just no justification for it. just because you don't like Dak Prescott doesn't mean we need another quarterback. We still need tools to build the foundations of the offensive line. We still need the foundations to build up the wide receiver core. We need the foundations to build up the actual running back rotation. Like, quarterback's the last thing we need right now. We've just brought back Cooper Rush as our backup, right? If we're going to draft a quarterback, it's going to be for a third tier of a development. That's it. We're not going to, and if we do, sorry, Brian, on you go.
Can I play devil's advocate for you?
Oh, go for it.
I
know you love this stuff.
She's got a massive stick turning away.
So, right. Here's a scenario for you. I know you all like a scenario, right?
Oh, love a scenario. Love a scenario.
The Cowboys tonight somehow manage to get Bijan Robinson.
Oh, God.
And he is worthy. He develops and is worthy of a second contract in 4 years' time. In 4 years' time, your cap value has gone up so much that you have room to bring him back on a second contract. In that fourth year, you're also saying goodbye to Dak Prescott and drafting a new franchise quarterback who's going to be on an awful lot less money than Dak Prescott would be at that stage. Does that make it a little bit more palatable to you?
No.
And you'd be bringing in a rookie quarterback with a veteran running back.
Yeah.
So I'm going to add one more reason why I would not take a running back.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm just making a coffee.
Yeah.
So reason why is right. So when you look at all these other running backs, so Pollard, one of them, Zeke, the other, Saquon Barkley, the other, right? What do they all have in common right now? Like, obviously, we don't know about Tony Pollard yet, but what does Zeke and Saquon Barkley had in common?
They're bell cows and they get run into the ground.
That's true, but has anyone noticed their performances after their injury?
Yeah.
So this is where I'm really worried about. Say, for example, Bijan Robinson picks up a really nasty injury within his rookie contract and that. Is he ever going to be the same player ever again? I'm not willing to take that risk.
But here's, as I say, Paul, this is what it feeds back into where I'm making the point is. At the end of his rookie contract, you move on. You bring in
that's fair.
The next 5-year contract, 5-year running back. You know, like, as you always say, look, it's a lottery. He could get injured tomorrow morning, never play a snap in the NFL. We don't know. But if you bring in a running back, run him into the ground for 5 years, and rinse, repeat, do the same in 5 years' time. Like, for me, the reason I'm kind of on that train with Robinson is he's a top 5 talent, and that's why
I'm not disputing that at all. Like without a doubt, he's one of the best rushers I've ever seen. Like, as a pure rusher, he's absolutely fantastic. I think it's just I'm being too apprehensive. I think on my part, I'm being very apprehensive about this. Yeah. I don't want to be in that weird situation again.
Yeah.
That's what I'm worried about. Yeah. And the chances are it can happen. So I'd rather take the more safer option, if I'm being perfectly honest with you, because you can still get a good running back, like a Gibbs, like a Bigsby. They're not going to be the same quality as Bijan, obviously, but they're still going to make a massive impact if they get drafted to the Cowboys 100%.
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, you know, Bijan, as long as we're not, you know, moving up to 15 or something like that, if he drops to 26, then all bets are off. I'd be quite happy picking him up there because, as Brian says, you got 5 years of him. You could maybe extend it. The whole thing with Zeke is that because Zeke decided at the end of year 3, I'm going to hold out and, you know, get this multi-million-dollar contract. He was well worth it. You know, we would have been talking about extending him at the time, but he held out and he forced Jerry's hand, and that's certainly made Jerry a little bit gun shy now. But you know, you could have been talking, you know, the whole thing, and now, you know, why we've ended up getting rid of Zeke is that, you know, the contract was the whole thing. I mean, if you had a guy that's running 900 yards a season generally, you know, that would be most people's number one running back. So it was purely, again, it's the amount that what Zeke, loaded onto his contract that has made him expendable now.
My view on it is that, I mean, one, this is all hypothetical because you'll be gone by the mid-teens. So one, it's all hypothetical.
Yeah.
Two, you've just franchised Tony Pollard, and I'm going to keep saying you've franchised Tony Pollard. So you've either got the scenario where your first round pick doesn't play 75% of the snaps. Remembering that we're trying to be a Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
So your first round pick doesn't play 75% of the snaps, or your franchise tag doesn't play 75% of the snaps. See if they're going to move on from Pollard after 1 year, draft the top running back next year and let him play 75% of the snaps, because there's going to be one. We didn't have this we didn't have this idea that Robinson was going to be the player he was this time last year.
Oh no, we did.
Oh, we did. Yeah,
we did. Right. No, we absolutely did.
I thought he came out of nowhere.
Oh no! He's been on the scene for about 2 or 3 years.
Right.
People were saying after his freshman year that he should be.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a couple of studs next year. I mean, I'm not a college football guy, but I know there's a couple of stud running backs from next year.
Yeah,
and he can play 75% of the snaps.
Yeah. Well, just to look, I've just got NFL Network on just now that Charles Davis has got the Eagles picking Bijan at 10.
I don't think personally they're going to do it.
I don't think they would do it either, Brian. I think they're running. I think
they're going to go trenches.
Yeah,
but then they've got 3 picks in the first round. So they can.
Yeah.
And they can trade out one if they need to, or trade back. Use some of their capital, move up as well. So.
But again, Brian said on Tuesday night they've just paid their running back $50 million. So
$250 million.
Well, per season. I like what Andrew's just said there in the comments.
Yeah, the Falcons.
I have Falcons at 8 or Bears at 9.
Yeah,
I think he would help either of those franchises who are weapons light.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that would be something. The Falcons to have Kyle Pitts and Bijan would be that's your offense pretty much. You just need somebody that can actually throw.
Yeah,
Drake London as well.
Guys, I'm just going to pull this up from Lebarski because I just saw a tweet on this a few minutes ago as well. The Eagles have just traded pick 94 and a 5th next year to the Cardinals for pick 66.
Ooh,
and this has been made in settlement of a tampering investigation today.
Correct.
After Jonathan Gannon was hired as the head coach in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
So just a bit of breaking news.
No, fair enough.
Filthy, dirty birds, man.
I don't know how that's. I'm not even sure how that works.
Yeah.
Like, how can you settle it with draft picks? Like, you were called tampering. You lose picks.
Yeah.
You don't settle them.
Maybe they've done it. Maybe they've done it so the Eagles don't go run into the league. We've been tampered.
I'm not sure how that works.
That's really weird. I was reading the tweet and then Lebarski said it, and I'm like, I'm not sure exactly what's happening there at all.
How that works, it doesn't make any sense, man.
Yeah, and like, blogging the boys post popped up with that thing. How is this possible? It just does. That does not make sense.
It doesn't.
So before we go on the clock, is it Bryce and Stroud?
No.
1, 2.
Stroud. I would say it's. I would.
I think Stroud drops to 7, 8.
He's a 2nd round pick for me.
No, sorry, JXL is just saying they've reported themselves to the league. I get that, but I don't know how they've actually benefited, because the Eagles have now got pick 66 for pick 94 this year and one of their 5ths next year for reporting.
And you broke the rules.
Yeah, like no,
you didn't break the rule. Okay, yeah, you did break the rules against a team, but you broke the rules against the league.
Maybe it's yeah.
I don't know, man.
Maybe
But right, I will. I'll be back now. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll be back. I just should jump on another show.
Yeah. So Lamar Jackson. Yeah. So Joe, Lamar Jackson has just become the highest paid player. Yeah. So we covered that at the start. So just hear me out, fellas, because I think this might be. I think we're kind of taking this because it was that team and we mentioned it. It actually seems to be a case that the Cardinals have tampered.
Well, they've benefited from it.
Yeah. So that team is actually benefiting from a team tampering.
I mean,
and as Varsky is saying, they now have picked 10, 30, 62, and 66.
Maybe it's to appease the Eagles because
if
the league goes after the Cardinals,
the
Eagles don't benefit from it. Whereas the way it's gone down tonight, at least they get an improved draft pick out of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they could say to the Cardinals, right, you've just lost your third round pick, and the Eagles go, well, that doesn't suit us. Where do we benefit? So,
but they shouldn't benefit from it.
Well, you could argue they've lost a member of staff, but
they shouldn't benefit from it. I don't think they should benefit from it. Why are you rewarding one team and penalizing another? I don't know. Maybe it's just me and it's my bias.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem strange. The tampering for a coach as well. I mean, you've obviously spoken to him, but you know, it could be just a quick phone call and just say, you know, are you interested? And then you go and make the progression towards him. But it seems strange, and it's the Eagles are benefiting from it. Eagles are doing interesting things in stockpiling picks for the next few years as well. So
I don't think they'll make all four of those picks, will they? They might.
I don't know.
They might.
I mean, I always think, see if you've got 10, 11 picks.
Right, guys, I'm going to jump off with the guys from Fan for a little bit, but I'll be back on after pick 10, all right?
Yep.
Cool. Right. See you guys later.
Yep.
How many of those picks are actually going to get made? You know, how many are going to make the 53-man team?
Mm-hmm.
But again, I mean, that just makes your squad stronger if the competition level at every position that you've drafted is that much better. You know, you're releasing players at the bottom end of your 53 that you know, could quite easily go and start somewhere else. You know, so or you're entertaining trade offers again at the end of training camp.
So Labarsky's just came back in here and he said that they're going to do some trade backs after pick 66. They don't pick again until the 7th. So I'd say maybe the plan is to try and trade those couple of second round picks, get a third and a fifth or sixth, something like that, which would make sense. And maybe they might trade pick 30 and get a second and a sixth or something like that. But I think have we officially kicked off as yet? I just have I have Sky open here on my mobile phone, and I think it's gone live.
I've got NFL Network on PlayStation, and it's not, the clock hasn't started yet.
Yeah,
but we're 5 minutes past.
Yeah, I think generally it tends to go to about quarter past before Goodell comes out and officially kicks things off. And I've Kurt Warner here talking, so I guess nothing is happening. But I'm just going to go back here, just get your thoughts, gentlemen, because someone did put in a question there, and I wanted to bring it back around to you. When we got sidetracked there about Bijan being the pick at 26 from Joe, and he was kind of saying, who would each of you be bad at for the first round pick? Is there, rather than a player, is there a position group you'd be upset that we took first in the first round?
Wide receiver.
Yeah,
wide receiver. And I suppose running back as well. The only running back I would take at 26 would be Robinson. Purely on a value standpoint. But again, I don't see why you can franchise one running back and take another in the first round. For me, it's wide receiver and running back.
Yeah, I think wide receiver is the big one that we've put the work in. We've used draft capital already this year to bring Cooks in. If you're bringing anybody else now, obviously there was the comment that Tom Ryle made when he was on the show a couple of weeks ago that to have 3 good wide receivers you need a 4th, and you can certainly say that we have had that in previous years where when we had Amari and Gallup and CD Lamb, you also had Cedric Wilson pushing up as well.
Brown.
But even so, I mean, to have basically 4 first-round wide receivers on a roster, and you're not playing somebody, whoever you pick with the first-round pick, you really want, barring injury, you want them playing the majority of the snaps. For me, it's do we trade up, and do you then pick somebody who likely was going to fall anyway? That would be the sort of pen throw for me. If Bijan at 26 would be great, but if you're talking about moving up to 15 for him or something like that, that's not in it for me. And you saw yesterday on the draft show where they were talking about their simulator that they did. Jalen Carter had dropped down 26. That would be great pickup, but I certainly wouldn't be trading up for him, that sort of thing. So as long as the Cowboys play smart with it, and if they haven't got one of their first round picks available at 26, then let's drop down a little bit more and pick up a little bit more capital. We've only got 7 picks this year, which is strange for a McCarthy team because the last 3 years we've had 9 or 10 picks anyway. So
so
right, I believe we're on the clock.
Are we on the clock? I'm just going to pull up Steve's comment here. And again, this is I wanted to circle back to this one. Hypothetically, if the tight end talk is smoke and mirrors and it is the lying season, what position do you think they really are after? Is there a position group that either of you think that they might actually be looking at?
I think they'd like to upgrade tight end. I think if their number one tight end was at 26, I still don't see an obvious option at offensive line for 26 unless somebody falls or they have like a Steve Avila ranked higher than everybody else. I don't know. I mean, Tyler Smith wasn't projected to be selected where we took him, and he turned out absolutely fine. So if it is an offensive lineman, I trust the process, because if the Cowboys can pick something in the first round, it's an offensive lineman. So if they do go line, I will trust the process, and I will not question it at all. They've earned that. I mean, you just go down the list. Every single, in recent history anyway, every single offensive line first round has worked out extremely well. So they want tight end, I think.
Like I don't think I'm going to be upset tonight. No, I say that now. Ask me at 4:30 and pick 26 comes in, because I think the Cowboys have covered themselves so well in this offseason, and they've used those 2 compensatory picks to bring in Brandon Cooks, to bring in Stephon Gilmore, there doesn't seem to be a glaring need.
No, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, this time last year, the Cowboys' approach in free agency is always to bring in people who you could technically, if the season started tomorrow, you've got 53 guys who have experience and are ready to go. This year, it's, and I'd sort of said a couple of weeks ago, the plasters that they've brought in this year seem to be, they're not your cheap supermarket brand. They're your expensive. Don't know who makes plasters, but they're your premium brands that you've brought in.
Yeah.
So and they've done it at low cost. I mean, if you'd said a couple of years ago that we'd got rid of Amari Cooper and a couple of years down the line you were going to bring in Brandon Cooks and you were only going to pay him 10 million or whatever it is, I think it's only like 6 million he's counting against the cap, something like that, you'd be actually saying, well, yeah, fine, go with that. And you have seen that CD Lamb's developed as well. So I'd say our wide receiver core is of a commensurate level to how we were a couple of years ago. If you get Gallup back 1 year removed from his injury as well, and he's back to form, then that's looking good. But for me, I've got no problem. I think I wouldn't be surprised if they appease Dan Quinn a little bit. I mean, we've seen him talking. Is it Will McDonald or somebody like that? Cansey, or if anybody, there will be somebody that will drop, and everybody will go, why is he dropped? And we were talking there earlier about the Laramie Tunsil situation. I believe there is some sort of picture that's doing the rounds of one of the top end draft picks who, there is something that's happened, and I've not seen it yet, but there is something with one of the guys this year that they're already talking about him dropping because on the back of possibly some of this stuff. So, and again, there does seem to be in recent years, there does seem to be a disconnect between what the media scouts, i.e. those like Dan Brugler and what have you, have in difference with team scouts and everything like that. Obviously the team scouts know all the medical reasons behind people, which Dane doesn't or whatever. So Dane's only purely going on talent, but again, it could be something that they say this S2 test that's replaced the Wonderlic, is that something that how much does a team put preference on it? I mean, you've got San Francisco and possibly Houston, because obviously they're based on San Francisco coaches. They'll put a lot of stock in it. There's a lot of people saying that it's not a problem for them. They'd much rather the Wonderlic was still in existence. So we just see how that goes.
Yeah. So another question from Joe, and he has said, how would we feel about getting Emmanuel Forbes at 26 with Gilmore here? Wouldn't we be using a first just to sit on the bench or play a bit part? I mean, Graham, you kind of spoke about this on Tuesday night, and I think you made a very fair point in what you were saying.
I mean, I would like Forbes to go to Burger King and McDonald's a little bit more. I have to admit, bulk up a little bit. I mean, he says he can't put on weight, but I could show up out. I think with Forbes, you've got more availability. I think, like, how likely is it that all three starting corners, you know what I mean with the slot corner?
Yeah.
All three starting corners play 17 games.
Yes.
It's not really that likely. So, with Connor at 26, you probably got the opportunity to see the field, especially when you consider that we've got second and third round draft picks in the cornerback department that aren't what they thought they would turn out to be. So the competition is certainly there at cornerback, and you're not like we've said, you're not going to have Gilmore forever. It feels like he's been in the league forever. So I mean, is it a 1 year rental we've got on Gilmore effectively? I think it probably is.
Yeah.
So they've brought in Gilmore because they're not seeing the return from from Wright and from Joseph.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got Deron Bland ahead of them now. So bringing in Gilmore, a little bit more experience. I wouldn't hate cornerback at 26, but I don't know who it's going to be. And he's very, very slight in terms of body size. That's my only concern.
There's a little bit of movement in the green room. Bryce Young has kind of stood up and down a couple of times, so just to keep you.
The Panthers are effectively doing what every team picking first does. They know the pick. They've known the pick for the past couple of weeks, and they want everybody to talk about it. I mean, nobody picking first hands in the card after. Oh no, I tell a lie. Did the Colts not do it with Andrew Luck because they had him signed? Who had their players their picks signed before the draft? Was it Andrew Luck?
I think Andrew Luck was.
Yeah,
I mean, he
so
certainly
they handed the card in. Goodell came on stage, walked off, picked up the card, and came back on again that year, I think. But that's all gone now. They obviously want their 10 minutes in the sun. So, I mean, they've paid enough for it. So,
well, they've obviously made their pick because I'm seeing the draft room for Carolina and they're all clapping and everything like that. So they have made their pick. They've obviously phoned Bryce Young and just checked that everybody's come to his birthday party and all that sort of stuff.
So I'm just going to drop a breadcrumb in here. Lebarski obviously has the Dallas Cowboys draft show on as well. And he's saying that Brian Broaddus has just name dropped Matthew Bergeron at 26. So keep an eye on offensive line. Matthew Bergeron's not a name I know an awful lot about.
I'll bring him up. So, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, listening back last year, you know, the first thing that when they went to the draft show, the first thing that was said, Bobby Belt was talking about Tyler Smith.
Yeah.
And that was before the draft had even kicked off. So they'd obviously heard things that, you know, the Cowboys were interested in Tyler Smith. And sure enough, obviously Jerry at the press conference had held up his list and, you know, let everybody see that, you know, Tyler Smith was a first round pick along with everybody else that he'd had as a first round pick as well. So if they're hearing something like that, then, you know, that's certainly got some merit to it. It's not the same again as somebody like Chris Sims or whatever prognosticating. If you know, if Brian's able to chat to some of these guys, and you know, Brian knows some of these guys from, you know, way back in the Barry Switzer, the Jimmy Johnson years, that sort of thing. So he knows some of these guys. So it'll only take a quick text message or something like that. And you know, Brian obviously talks about the group of 7 that he has, that he still talks to guys that are still within the league as well. So he is very much clued in on what's happening. So
so I've the pick is in for the Carolina Panthers, and I believe it is the Texans are now on the clock. Obviously, look, the pick hasn't been announced by Roger Goodell at the minute, so we're not going to reveal anything to you right now. But like tying back in with Steve's question there earlier in terms of, you know, the tight end talk being smoke and mirror, and Brian dropping. Like Brian dropped in Darnell Rice with us last week when we did the show. He's now dropped Matthew Bergeron in. Is there a little, part of your brain that's going, maybe they are going back to O-line and maybe they do want to get that solidified left guard position?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is, if again you're talking about Bijan and all that. If you haven't got an offensive line for these guys to run through, I mean, the closest sort of comp to Bijan is that he's this year's sort of Barry Sanders, and he certainly has that ability. But again, Barry Sanders was behind a very porous offensive line at Detroit. Any running back that you had there was not going to truly excel. I mean, the number of times that Barry Sanders was trapped in the backfield for negative yards. If he didn't have all those negative yards, he would, Emmitt Smith would be number 2 on the list.
Yeah.
This is why everybody still argues that Emmitt Smith isn't the greatest rusher. It's because Barry Sanders dropped, got fed up with Detroit, and obviously if he had the offensive line, could you imagine what Barry Sanders would have done behind our offensive line in the 80s and 90s? That would just be
So I think we can now reveal that the first round, the first pick has been made, and the first pick is Bryce Young to the Carolina Panthers. He's hugging and kissing his mother and hugging and kissing Nick Saban, and he's just putting on his Panthers cap now and about.
He wasn't too sure about putting the cap on.
Yeah,
I don't think it quite suits his hairstyle.
Yeah. Well,
it makes sense. It makes sense. They've jumped up for the quarterback of the next 12 years.
Yeah.
They've bounced around so many different quarterbacks. They've tried other people's cast-offs. I mean, you're not doing that for anything other than QB.
Yeah.
Who he's going to throw to? Not quite sure, because they've just got rid of DJ Moore to do it.
Yeah.
But best of luck to him.
Yeah. So he has a wide receiving roster of Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, Terrence Marshall, Hayden Hurst. That's his starting receiving core.
It's not bad.
It's not terrible.
I don't know if there's a number 1 in there, but it's not bad.
Yeah. So we're on to the second pick, and Joe was kind of asking, what do we think the Texans will do here?
For me, it's got to be CJ Stroud.
Yeah,
it's got to be.
But again, Stroud is the one that supposedly hasn't done well in this S2 test, and Ryans is certainly somebody from the 49ers organization that doesn't or puts a lot of weight onto the S2 test. So I mean, and you've got to have a reason why. Who is it? Will Levis in the last couple of days has sort of said he's the surefire number 2 pick this year. So again, that's his camp bullshitting it a little bit, but where there's smoke, there's fire. I mean, if you think back to the year that Baker Mayfield was the first pick, in the week up to the draft, he was meant to be the 4th quarterback taken, and then all of a sudden he jumps up. So,
I did see an interview with Stroud this afternoon that he said, "You don't play football at quarterback for Ohio State if you don't have football intelligence." So he's trying to fight the fire anyway.
But Ohio State quarterbacks taken in the first round haven't generally panned out as well. I mean, you need to go back to sort of the sort of 80s before you can find a QB that has come from Ohio State and actually worked out. So,
yeah, and it's still early days to be judging Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I suppose the best quarterback to come out of Ohio State in the last 20 years is a guy who actually didn't play at Ohio State, and that's Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. I'm seeing reports that the pick is in for the Texans.
Yeah, seen that. Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, but if you gentlemen have,
no, we'll wait.
Yeah,
we'll wait. I think I'm a little bit ahead of you, Brian. I think I'm a couple of seconds ahead of you.
Yeah,
I think I've got the pick according to the Athletic anyway.
I have multiple things just popping up on different platforms, so it'll happen when it happens.
I believe it is Stroud.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, interestingly, that Stroud had also said that the report that he'd sort of failed the S2 test was a load of BS as well. So, and I've got that Goodell's at the podium at the moment. So it's CJ Stroud.
Like I said at the top of the show, they can't go into the new season trying to sell season tickets without taking a quarterback. They cannot do it with Davis Mills. And if it is Stroud, then at least they've tried. Because they've got this pick naturally, haven't they? They've got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't traded with anybody for it. So
no, they could have had the first pick in the draft, I believe, and actually bumped themselves out of it by winning their last game.
Yeah. And, again, that was you had to.
Hello.
I was slightly surprised with the Texans that they'd actually got rid of Lovie Smith, because Lovie Smith, if you look at the last 4 or 5 games of last season, he took us to within a drive. He took Kansas City the following week. He took them to overtime. He beat Jacksonville, or no, they got wasted by Jacksonville. But then they were still in. They won the last 2 games as well. So you would have thought that Lovie Smith had actually done enough to keep his job. They decided to go somewhere else. But Lovie Smith obviously had the last laugh, and there was all these memes about how the fact that he helped the Bears out, by giving them the first pick. So,
So, Mike, what's your take so far?
Yeah, pretty standard so far. You're kind of like nothing completely out of. You're like, all right. You could say Stroud is an early pick, but if that's the guy they like, that's the guy they like.
Yeah.
He's got a couple of Cowboys to play with, obviously.
Yeah. Yep. And a couple of Texas Longhorns.
Now, this is going to be interesting to see if we've heard Arizona. We're talking about moving out of 3,
trading out. Yeah.
Interesting to see if they do make a pick.
It's the phone ringing.
Yep.
I mean, it's like they say all the time. It takes 2 to tango. Does somebody want to jump up? I mean, even if they pick up like a third from 5th, 6th, 7th, they would probably go ahead and do that unless it's somebody they really, really want.
Interestingly, Joe was suggesting, could the Cardinals trade down after the tampering scenario? Is this why there was talk of the Cardinals trading down?
Well, they're also trying to offload DeAndre Hopkins. To do that, you're talking about, somebody's going to have to go absolutely mental with it as well, because you've got 20 million to bring in as well. So there's something you've got to sort of factor that in as well. If you're asking somebody to take DeAndre Hopkins, you're going to have to give them something in return as well that sweetens the pot a little bit.
Yeah, like I have their depth chart open here in front of me, and bar DeAndre Hopkins, they don't have much. Like Marquise Brown, Rondale Moore, Zach Ertz, Greg Dortch, Zach Pascal, and some guys. That's it. Would receiver be in play for them? Or is it Will Anderson?
I mean, Brown and Moore are relatively young. You'd have to give up on the two of them.
Yeah.
I think Anderson's probably your best bet in that, you've lost a guy like JJ Watt to retirement. There's certainly that he was a big part of their pass rush, even though he was injured last year. There was a big part of the pass rush. You've got a Philadelphia coach that's come in as well. So obviously Philadelphia love to stack their defensive line. So if that's the thinking as well, that's maybe who they're looking at. There's a live look at the draft room for Arizona. They don't appear to be on the phone to anybody, so suggests maybe they are going to make their pick.
Like again, their starting defensive line is Zaven Collins, Rashad Lawrence, Lecky Fotu, Jonathan Ledbetter. I mean, there's no names there that stand out.
No. I mean, Ledbetter had 1 sack last year.
Yeah.
It's got to be Will Anderson.
Wait a minute. No, Texans have moved up to 3 per Adam Schefter.
Oh, and we have.
Yes, we have a trade.
So Daniel Jeremiah called it right effectively. Is that what we're saying?
You're up to 3. Wow. Well, it is officially draft night after all, folks, and people are trading.
And I mean, is this still Will Anderson?
That's going to be Anderson. That's the only reason why you moved up.
Be. There's no wide receiver. I mean, could it be Robinson?
No, not a 3.
Could it be?
Not a 3.
I
would be amazed if it's Robinson. If they did
the heat off of Stroud.
Yeah. I have Labarsky asking me who did DJ mock to the Cowboys.
Jeremiah called it. I wonder if he's heard something. I wonder if Jeremiah knows something, because that's bold. Oh. Yeah.
Well, I have seen the pick, but obviously he's not up at the.
The reporting on the NFL Network that the Cardinals have wanted out of 3 for a long time. I haven't heard much in particular, but if they wanted out, it'll be interesting to see what the Texans gave up.
So I've just
2
seen,
maybe.
Wait a minute.
Jamie Rhines sure is happy. Would effectively would this cost you next year's first? I mean, Mike, I'm sure you're going to have to drop off with Blogging Boys in a minute.
Right.
No, you're all right.
So, according to Schefter, Cardinals get 12, 33, and a first and third next year.
Wow!
That's the first next year. Wow!
And the Texans get number 3 and they get 105 this year.
See, that's
why are bad teams bad?
are the Texans plan to go to the Super Bowl? Is that what we're saying? I mean, that's why do teams do that? The Texans are not going to the playoffs this season. Why do they do that?
And the pick is Will Anderson.
Yeah. Like, this is why teams stay bad. Like, you've given up your first rounder and another first rounder and a second rounder and a third rounder. It makes no sense. Wow.
But then that's them got two key building blocks. You've got your franchise quarterback, and you've got your defensive end. That's the first two picks first two items that you go for on a shopping list if you're building a team from scratch. So,
sorry, I'm just going to pull up their depth chart again because Houston Texans, and guess who their left tackle is.
Tunsil, isn't it?
Tunsil. Yeah.
Yep. So you got the three building blocks there. The next thing's their wide receiver core.
Yeah.
It certainly makes sense. As much as they've had to give up, it certainly makes sense. But they're going to be sitting there. I mean, what could they be? 7 and 8?
Yeah.
8 and 9. Sitting there without a first round pick next year. It's a big price. It's a big price.
I don't get it myself.
I mean, he's not a quarterback.
No. Like, I get the talent of the player. Like, he's a player who came into college as a 3-star recruit and immediately started in Alabama. Alabama do not start freshmen. And he has been dominant for most of his time in Alabama.
Now, so what you've also got to remember is the Texans still have first round pick next year because of the Deshaun Watson trade.
Well, true.
So they've given up one. They've given up one of them. They've still got a first round pick next year.
Yeah.
So and
first rounders would be even better. I'm just playing. Do you get what I mean? Like, I know it's.
And next year they've also got a pair of fourths as well. So, so they've still got a first round pick. They've got a second round pick. They've now got rid of their third round pick in this trade, but they've still got 2 fourths. So, I mean, that's.
Do you know what this might be? This might be DeMeco Ryans effectively trying to build a roster before he gets the sack. If the Texans go into the end of October having won 2 games, are the owners going to be thinking, right, we've made a mistake here? Whereas if he loads his team up with talent as soon as he can, maybe fends off the sack a little bit, because I've heard a lot of head coaches say that if you don't spend your picks, you're effectively leaving them there for somebody else.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you get what I mean? So, but still, he must have had GM, I don't know who it is, but he must have had GM sign off.
Yeah.
And the Colts have made their pick, but okay, and I now know who it is, but we'll wait until it comes up on the screen.
Yeah. Like, I'm liking little Max point here. He's saying the Cardinals are a dumpster fire. And Will Anderson's lucky they didn't draft him. I mean, I get what you're saying there with that. I mean, you could say that about a lot of teams around the NFL.
I mean, it's a great move for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
They've loaded up. And it kind of confirms. Well, I don't know if it does, but does it confirm that the Cardinals are effectively saying that we're not a playoff team at the minute.
Yeah.
Because they've still got their first round pick. They're still going to get a top 12 talent.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah. Like effectively, they've gotten. If they've picked 33, picked 34, so you've 3 picks inside the top 35. You know, like that's good roster building.
It's also Robinson country at 12.
You're right around there. And
the minute they've got John Connor as a starter.
Yeah. Is he scheduled for termination? But
this is interesting. The Colts have made a pick, and this is their first round pick since Quitty Pay in 2018.
Wow.
And I like Quitty Pay.
Yep.
Yeah. But like the Colts have gone through the quarterbacks in recent years. Like they've gone from Luck to Brissett, back to Luck, Carson Wentz, Phillip Rivers, Matty Ice. You know, like
they were throwing a curveball with Luck though. That was a sore one. He was meant to be the next Tom Brady, effectively, and one day he woke up and thought, I don't want to play this anymore.
Yeah.
So Anthony Richardson is putting his hat on and he's walking out onto the stage. So he is the 4th pick.
Wow. So Will Levis lied to us, folks.
Yep.
He told us he was going number 1.
You shouldn't say silly things.
Yeah.
But like if you're in the draft this year and you're doing that, you're gonna say stuff like that, mind.
Yeah.
I suppose you've got to believe it, haven't you?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Like if you don't believe it, how can everybody else?
Yeah.
Like,
So
I mean, Richardson was sitting with, you know how they do on NFL Network, they do the whole sit down with Mariucci.
Yeah.
And he was sitting saying, I'm the best quarterback in the league. Because what's he gonna say? No, Stroud and Bryce have got a lot more on me.
Yeah,
you know,
you should pick them over me.
Yeah.
But like, you know, like the issue I've got with Anthony Richardson, you guys have had my draft board, and the comp I have for him is Colin Kaepernick. And you're watching this highlight clip now, and you can see it. You can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like all you're waiting for is just to see him kiss his own armpit.
Yeah. Like,
that's interesting. High highs and low lows.
Yeah, very much.
You know,
and that's Colin Kaepernick all over, man.
Like, is this effectively the Indianapolis Colts admitting, look, we've gotten it wrong. We've tried to go with the passing game. We're going to get back to our bread and butter and run the ball. We have Jonathan Taylor. We've a guy who can run the ball 8 to 10 times a game. And we're going to try and rebuild. We have a good offensive line.
That's I found that a little bit strange because if you've got a good offensive line, do you need a scrambling quarterback?
I think it's more maybe to open up, say, the RPO game for them. Because obviously, look, they want to give the ball to Taylor. But if you have a quarterback who's mobile, he can tempt to the line and throw. So he's at least buying a little bit of time to allow his receivers to get open and pass them open.
Yeah, I agree. And, this is where the NFL is going at the moment. And, where we're talking about somebody like Bijan going to the team that must not be named, it'd be a good pick for there because he can't pass protect, but that whole the whole of their offense is predicated off the fact that the option game that that holds defense. You look at Micah Parsons and you saw him in the 2 games that we played against him, the number of times he froze because it looked like we were Philadelphia were handing off to Miles Sanders, whoever. And that just, Parsons pulled up, and that takes a second off the pass rush. And even that is is enough
It's gold.
to give you time. So I mean that is blocking with in some respects. So that's where you can see it. Now I don't think McCarthy's going to bring that into our offense. This 30% that we're changing the offense. I don't suddenly see that we're going to suddenly go RPO. But again, for a team like the Eagles, it makes good sense there. So this looks to be what the Colts are doing. They're going to rely on Jonathan Taylor. They're maybe going to have this option play as well. So we'll see how it goes.
So Joe is asking, what are the Seahawks' needs? They need everything, really. They got to the playoffs, but they're not an overly talented team.
Could this be Will Levis, the big arm to the deep threat wide receivers in Seattle?
See, now I could see this being somebody like Tyree Wilson, Jalen Carter, obviously.
Could be Carter, that's a shout.
They like going defensive line, and obviously they do want to try and get back to the old Legion of Boom sort of thing. So,
yeah, I'm with you. Defensive line, definitely for the Seahawks. When you think about it, like, there's a lot of parts that they've got that are fine. I do think, though, they need to really start getting moving on that roster, because how long has Pete Carroll really got left?
Well, this is it. And they've just extended I'm losing all the names tonight. Quarterback.
Gino?
Yeah. Did they not extend Gino for 2 years? And he did relatively well.
He done really good.
Yeah.
I actually went in the Cowboys Content Creators Fantasy League. I went by the wayside when it came to quarterback, and I was just like, I throw a dart at Gino. And there we go. Made it to the finals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has he still got the legs, Gino?
I tell you what I have seen, ironically, is I saw, and I know it's all the same, but it was quite interesting. I saw a workout video of Gino doing various exercise, and I mean, I'm telling you, he looked like ready to go. It was impressive. I was even looking at it, I was like, oof, yeah, there's some power going on, yeah.
There's an air of second chance about him at the minute, and if the Seahawks went quarterback or go quarterback here, he's back in another battle. And am I still going to have a job in October? And blah blah blah. Are the fans going to start screaming for my replacement?
I've just seen an interesting one there from Jamie in our group chat. Apparently, Bryce Young is the first ever Alabama player to go #1 overall.
Really?
That's what he is included in the group chat. Now, maybe Jamie's drunk, but
I can't help think there's somebody obvious.
That's a bit mad, isn't it?
Doesn't sound right.
Ever.
That's, as you say, that's what he's saying.
There's got to be a wiki page for that somewhere.
Right. There's going to be, and I'm going to be like, oh yeah, of course. Taken first overall, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep, found it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few.
Is there?
Yeah.
So Jamie has been at that 120 proof then in that case.
To be fair to him, Harry Gilmore in 1948.
But he did say ever. and 1948 was before the merger.
Yeah, it's before the Super Bowl era.
But there's gonna be one soon. I will find it. Right. Yeah. So hold on. Oh, okay. No, ignore that.
I tell you, the green room looks a hell of a lot better than the one that was in draft day, doesn't it?
This is
Yeah. It does. It does.
Looks like an IKEA showroom.
Yeah. So have we seen what's happened, or would we like to announce it?
Oh, hold on. Sorry. Let me place it on the screen.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was busy.
So Devin Weatherspoon is the pick for Seattle. They have gone for another cornerback to match with Tariq Woolen and Kobe Bryant.
Do you guys want me to keep doing this when the pick comes in? You guys happy with that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Everyone at home? Yeah. Everyone at home okay with it?
Yeah.
If not, same, because I know it's a bit jerky, but it's a bit jerky because I've got like several screens going on and streams.
We're never going to get all lined up. Everybody's got different connections and so on, different sources. So yeah, let's try and go for the same source.
Yeah. What are the thoughts on that, gentlemen? I mean,
it's a good choice. It's a good job. He's my number one cornerback.
Yeah.
Let me just move my phone, guys.
The Legion of Boom has long since disappeared. So
Richard Sherman's long gone.
Yeah. So cornerback help.
Bobby Wagner is back.
I understand it.
It's a good pick.
Yeah, I'm not knocking that for a pick at all.
I mean, according to PFF, 0 touchdowns allowed in 22.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, that stat alone, that's like, because red zone is where it counts, obviously. So that's an impressive stat on its own.
Let me get my my big board up because I can.
I just mentioned PFF again.
Oh,
was that one of the bingo squares?
I don't
think it was.
Devin Weatherspoon. So yeah. What is quite interesting is I heard this little rumor like a couple of days ago, but a lot of people have cooled very quickly on Clemson defensive end Miles Murphy, and he could go all the way out of the first round, is what some people are saying. Now, he is 5th on my board. And the question is if he goes all the way down to 26, what do you do now?
Do you know that, Mike, that might be the pick because...
It very well could be.
I mean, they went with Lamb purely for a value standpoint. So if you're able to get a top 15 talent at 26...
Top 5 in some people's case.
Yeah, I mean, they've covered everything. So in terms of just pure value, it's tough to argue with.
A lot of people are starting to worry about about Jalen Carter not being picked yet.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
He's going to go down a bit, right? You be prepared. But what people are trying to equate things to is they want to be the first one to say, like, oh my God, we've seen another Tunsil thing happening. But it's like, not really. I mean, like, the thing is we're still in the top 10 picks. Yeah. You could probably say Seattle could dabble around with that if they really wanted to. But it's like, you can leave it out for now, you know?
I mean, has Jordan Davis showed up at the party yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, it's slightly different, obviously, but you get what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is you got to think like this is, defensive tackles. You've got to give them a few years to develop.
Can you really say that with a top half pick in the first round? Like I get it when you're talking about a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round pick, but I mean, if you're picking someone inside the top 16, you can't allow them 2 to 3 years to develop, regardless of where they're picking.
I think you can.
I don't think you can. Like, I mean, we're knocking Bijan at 26, even though he's not going to get there. I mean, I don't think you can mess around with a top 16 pick and say, let's give him 3 years.
Is it the case where with some defensive tackles, like all your skills have been seen by NFL linemen for the past 4 or 5 years, and then you just have to effectively get better?
Arizona have just moved into pick 6.
Yes.
They've given up 12 and 34 to do so.
See, that's better value.
Yeah.
Isn't it? I could live with that.
Yeah.
Who could this be for?
They could be going for Carter or Tyree Wilson. Like, I think a lot of people mocked Tyree Wilson to Seattle, and it didn't happen.
Oh, look who it is.
We're going to bring in a special guest.
Go on, you bring him in.
Harrison, how are you doing, sir?
All right, you guys not worn out yet.
Not at all. Not at all.
You guys are not worn out yet. What's up?
You all right?
Oh, man, come on. It's draft day. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm ready to go.
Exactly.
I got my towel ready. I'm ready to go.
What do you think of it so far?
Oh, God. You know, I was really shocked by what Seattle just did. I thought for sure that Seattle was going to get Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
So I was a little shocked by that. But so far, I mean, I don't know, man. I thought that you'd have 3 quarterbacks go in the top 10, not in the top 5. So
yeah.
That's surprising, and if that's any indication of anything, I think it's going to get really wonky here in a few.
Yeah.
So, but so far so good. How are you guys doing, man?
Good. Yeah.
What's this? Somebody says Heck Magusek Harrison in the house. You know what? Who said that? Big LeBron. Who said that? I saw that comment on. I saw that. You know what, dude? This is all your fault. You know this, right? You know this.
I'm sorry.
It's unbelievable. Now that's my reputation in the UK, right?
Not at all. Not at all.
That's just fine. Mike, that's all on you, Mike.
When I come to Dallas, I will make it back up for you.
All right. Well,
I'll bring you a bottle of something nice.
Yeah, please do, man. I hope you guys got a bottle of something nice too. What time is it over there?
Just hitting 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
Oh my God. Yeah, you guys are different. Oh man. 2 a.m. So yeah, man. So look, Mike, I've seen you. I've been following you on your picks. You've been going back and forth a lot on your picks, man. So
I know.
What are we thinking here? What are you thinking at what are you banking on at 26?
Michael Mayer.
Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So over on Blogging the Boys, they got me to do a mock draft, and I took Michael Mayer. But then, ironically, 3 days later, so obviously Dane Brugler must have been watching, because then he took Michael Mayer. He must have been watching what I said.
Yeah.
Right. Well, so what are you saying? Because when we had you on the show, you picked, and I've got the note.
Ryan Breesy.
You picked Joey Porter the first time around, but
yeah. Did I Porter or Brees? Look, how about this, Mike? I have flip-flopped so much on this pick, it doesn't even make any sense. Like I'm going to be honest with you here. I don't have a clue. Okay. I don't. All right. I know it's 2 a.m. We're well beyond BSing each other right now. So
of course.
Let me just say it, man. I don't know. I have a hard time this in a very long time, man. This is one of those drafts where I can't call it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't
I
call
agree.
it. And I think if I had any indication on how the first 10 picks would go, that would probably kind of lead to, who's going to pick best player available, need, or what have you, whatever they're going to do at the bottom half of the draft of the first round. But I can't put it together. And I think based off of what the Cowboys need, I mean, okay, so let me ask y'all this. Michael Mayer from Notre Dame, great athlete, guy has set all kinds of records at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
But do you think that he comes in and he's your starting day one tight end? Or do you think he unseats Ferguson?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah,
I do. For me, right? I'm not saying I don't like Ferguson. I just see him in terms of what he does as a complementary tight end, and you look at the blue collar wide type tight end that Michael Mayer is. He can come in and he can play in line a lot better than what Ferguson can do.
I think the only thing he has on Ferguson may be blocking. That's it.
100%.
I think in the NFL, you have to have a tight end that can. Everybody says the same thing: middle of the field, hash marks, blah 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 blah, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, what you want as a tight end, you want a guy that can make plays for you, a guy that can catch the ball. All right, Kelsey, Kittle, those are outliers. All right, those are the guys that are the cream of the crop. Those are the guys that you wish you woke up on any given draft day and picked a guy like that. Chances are you just want a guy that if it's 3rd and 6, he can get you 8, right? He can from your tight end. To me, Ferguson is a guy that can get you, if it's 3rd and 8, he can get you 15 because of what he does after the catch. Meyer, the tight end from Notre Dame doesn't give me any indications that he is a playmaker, the playmaker style of a tight end that can give you yards after catch. I just don't see it.
No, definitely not.
I just don't see it. And I've seen more playmaking ability from the tight ends behind him but the thing about those guys, they're all undersized.
That's exactly that.
Meyer is a mountain of a human being, and he isn't going to do anything but get bigger. But as far as a playmaker, I just think Ferguson, I don't know. I think he solidified himself a lot at that tight end, in that tight end room, to be your starting tight end day one. And I don't know. Even if they take this guy, take a tight end number 1, I think he's gonna have a battle in camp.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a battle.
Yeah. I like the way I see it is kind of like that. Yeah, you're right. The yak ability of Ferguson and a Hendershot as well, because Hendershot's burst and top end speed is probably faster than both Ferguson and if, for instance, they took Meyer. So, for seam routes, incredible. But I think that what you need really, the basis of it is, I just see it as that you need somebody who can block. You need that blocking guy. And like you said, Mayer is much better. I agree Ferguson in terms of a pass catcher is better than Mayer. But then when you put the two together, if you think 2 twin tight end sets on the West Coast offense with these 2 type of guys, you suddenly put defenses with question marks on what you're trying to do. Because that's what Meyer does, is it makes defenses like, well, what are they planning to do here?
Like we've talked on the show, Heckma, that they could bring in Meyer because they couldn't get the guard at 26. And that helps in pass protection in a certain way. What do you think?
No, I look, it's two things here that I feel when you talk, look, I'm looking for speed. I'm looking for guys that can take the top off. That's what I want on the outside. That's what I want CeeDee Lamb to do. That's what I want Brandon Cooks to do. That's what I want Michael Gallup to do. For my tight end, I want a guy that's going to be a possession guy, a guy that's also has some wiggle that can get me some extra things because he's going to be man-to-man on a linebacker or a safety. Mayer from Notre Dame. He's a big kid, big target. He's going to be an NFL pro for a number of years. But I don't know if he's drawn a lot of comparisons to Jason Witten, and that's high praise for Mayer. All right, and I think that's wonderful. But as far as the game and where it's evolved to now, man, you need your tight ends to line up in the H-back, do a lot of different things to be those playmakers in your offense. When you talk about the pass protection part of it, or just blocking ability, I think that Ferguson and Hendershot both did show that they are going to battle. And I think in their second year, they're going to get better. Look, I don't have anything against him as a pick. If we picked him, I'd be happy. Buy his jersey. he'd be right on board, and I love him. But I think right now, as I sit here right now, I want a playmaker, Mike. What's up, Lauren?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I've been there in the background. I just didn't realize I hadn't put myself back on screen. So
it's 2 a.m, bro. So you are excused. It's 8:05. It's 8:05 here in Dallas. So I'm fresh. Got me a beer, and yeah, man, I'm good. But that's just how I feel about it, Mike. I think you guys are. That's all I've seen from these picks at 26 is a tight end, and I think the Cowboys can do better.
Yeah. I mean, like, I made the comment today that it seemed a bit weird that at the start of the draft season, and we all did it, it was, look at these cornerbacks we could get. What about the cornerbacks? And all of a sudden, about halfway through the draft season, that cooled off, and it kind of just went, it'd be nice if we had a cornerback. And I'm like, well, what changed? Because at the start of it all, we were like, it was significant. And I don't think that, I think some of it is people went, we got Stephen Gilmore there. And I'm just like, well, he doesn't stop you from still needing a cornerback, because what happens beyond this year with, obviously you got Diggs on contract, what's going to go on beyond his contract year? Stephen Gilmore's on a 1 year. So you could effectively not take a cornerback this year, and next year your starting cornerback 1 would be Deron Bland.
Yep. But you got to get
Tyree Wilson is bringing the swag.
I got nothing against Bland.
Okay.
No, I'm just like saying it's a scary thought. And like, I prefer Bland as a slot corner. I think he just plays better from the slot.
Yeah.
So just to recap the draft between the Cardinals and the Lions, Lions received 12, 34, and 168, and Cardinals received 6 and number 81. So it's amazing that, last year we were talking there weren't any trades in the top 10 last year, and this year we've had 2 already. So
yeah. Oh my God! Will somebody please pick Jalen Carter now?
I know, just to end.
Yes, do not let him go to 10, please. Do not.
I was just getting ready to ask you.
Can you imagine?
No, I can't. I don't want that. I don't want that. That is. What do you? I mean, have you guys been on this Bijan Robinson argument that everybody's having?
Oh God!
It comes down to 2 things, Heckma. It comes down to pass protection, and he'll be gone by the late teens. So, yeah. That's pretty much sums it up.
You don't think it's going to happen? You don't think it's going to happen?
I would love for it to happen. I would love it, Heckman. As a Longhorn and Cowboys fan, I would love Bijan Robinson.
I got told by the guys over the Scouting Academy that he doesn't get past Tampa. Like, basically, Tampa they've spoken to the coaches there, and they were like, "No, Tampa is."
Would you go up and get him?
Yes.
Oof. So, are we talking like to go ahead of Tampa?
Mike, you know what I'm asking you, Mike. Would you go up and get him, Mike? Answer the question.
There we go.
God.
No.
God. No.
Because Mike hates Longhorns.
I know he's a. I don't know how. Lord, Mike, you're an Aggie.
Yeah,
he is an Aggie.
I don't know.
But I mean, I wouldn't be giving up picks to go up to, depending on where it is. If you're talking about going into the teens, I wouldn't. If he's there at 20, I'd maybe start talking about moving there. But
Okay.
I want my picks.
You want your picks?
And I want David goddamn Putney as well. But never mind.
How high would you go if you did want to go up then, Hack?
Look, I mean, if the Cowboys are that sold on him, on him, I just in this situation, all the mocks that I've seen is him going to Philly at 10. I'm sure you guys have seen the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, if he gets anywhere past 13, 13, 14, I'm on the phone. I'm trying to make a deal. I can make that deal happen without giving up something significant. I mean, you just think about those. You think about and I talked about this the other day on the show, what Philadelphia did with New Orleans was it Olave? Some kind of way that was it the Olave pick that they traded, and they ended up with all these picks some kind of way. That's how they're at 10 right now. I don't know. I just want something for the Cowboys to be able to get premium talent before they get to 26. If they have a guy that they know that they want, and it's Bijan Robinson, I'm all about getting him, because right now our second running back is Malik Davis. Yeah.
You don't feel it's Ronald Jones then?
Jones?
No, he's a bridge player. I mean,
I think so.
He's battling for his life. He has to, he has to make the team.
Personally, I think at some point the Cowboys in this draft are going to take a running back. That running back is the guy that will replace Ronald Jones, and he doesn't go through camp.
So there you go.
Yeah. That's right. I'm with you, mate. I'm with you.
Yeah. I think he's going to have to battle. But I don't know, man. I have, like I told you guys before, I have been in such a I don't know, in that place where I can't make a decision on who we are going to get at 26 or who we need. I mean, as of lately, last couple of weeks, I've really been saying Quentin Johnson from TCU, the wide receiver. And the reason I say that, guys, is because, I love CeeDee Lamb. I think he's great. I think he's going to be one of those. He has to have he has to dominate this season and show that he is going to deserve the 20 or 25 million or so that he's going to demand as a WR1. But aside from that, Michael Gallup and Brandon Cooks are your other wide receivers, and your fourth wide receiver right now is Simi Fehoko. How do you feel about that? Not good, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Totally. But does the drop passes not sway you with Quentin Johnson?
I think as a wide receiver, I've seen enough of his tape to say that he's a guy that dominates and can take like I said, he's 6'3", 212 pounds. Running sub 4, takes the top off of a defense. I just believe some of those things are fixable. I just believe that. Now, look, if one person says it's the drops, then everybody jumps on and says, "Oh, it's drops. He's this, is that." I don't see that that's enough to run away from a guy that you saw in the national championship team, the national championship game, completely dominate. Michigan. So I think he's a dog, and we need a playmaker.
Yeah,
we need a playmaker.
We was talking earlier about DeAndre Hopkins, and I was just like, I just don't like I never liked the idea of the fit with Hopkins because he doesn't separate, and Johnson's a little bit like that. But like you say, when you think of the height, the arm reach, and he's got a 42-inch vert, you're just like, well, that's the way he separates. And more with Hopkins, he's more of that fighter of the ball on the jump ball, when they're high pointing. It's not so much that he's going to separate vertically that way in the third dimension, but Johnson does.
So Paul's going to be jumping up and down for joy at the moment because Bijan is off the board.
All right, Atlanta bastards.
But at least it's not the Dirty Birds.
Yeah, at least he's not wearing green. Yeah.
So we're at 8. We're at 8.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, come on, Chicago. Come on, Chicago. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
They have, and
No.
oh no, they have, and I know who the pick is as well.
No, you do?
Yep.
What? Who is it, Lauren?
It's an all Georgia defensive line for them.
No, don't do that. No.
They took the tackle, didn't they?
No.
They did.
No. Oh, God.
Bad teams stay bad.
Oh, Jesus. Why? Why would, oh, no. Lauren, tell me you're joking right now.
No, I wish I was. Twitter. It's
Who is it? Who'd they get?
Carter.
What?
They've taken Carter. They've swapped with the Bears.
I son of a God! Why? No! I told him. I said it. Oh God! Oh God! No!
But you also have to wonder what the Eagles have given up.
Oh my God, guys!
But the Eagles have only moved one space, so it won't be a hell of a lot.
They just switched positions.
Yeah.
The Bears are so dumb. Why would you do that?
And they only swapped to get a 4th round pick.
Next year.
Oh, man.
Yeah, 2024 4th round pick. Jeez.
Oh, that's just, oh, God. Fellas.
So, here's a question for you then, right, Hack? Given the fact that they've just taken Jalen Carter, so that means we're going to see him twice a year for the next half decade at least, or more.
Okay.
Does this change your draft philosophy at 26 now?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it does.
So now they kind of like that as bent your hand a little.
Hold on. Can I make the point? We made this exact same argument last year.
Right.
When they took Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis had no impact last year.
Yeah, but then we're talking about a rookie defensive tackle. You can say the same thing about Jalen Carter this year. Like you're looking at the fruition period for a defensive tackle to be like the 3rd year.
Yeah.
No.
And I like using the word fruition.
No, it doesn't work for me. Like
we're giggling away there.
They've taken another defensive tackle this year, and I'm not worried. I'm honestly not worried. No.
Brian, let me tell you something.
Go.
Georgia had a baby elephant playing a one technique this year.
Very true.
He wore number 88. His mother's last name is Carter, and I want to tell you, mate. It's he's probably one of the better defensive linemen to come out of Georgia in a very long time.
Very long time.
I heard all of this about Jordan Davis last year.
No.
Everything word for word.
But you know
Jordan Davis.
Go on. Sorry, Hackman. You go, man.
Jordan Davis was a man child and very big, quick, agile, all those things. But the truth is, Jalen Carter could have came out last year and ended up going where Jordan Davis went to the Eagles last year.
Yep. I mean, that was the thing. The draft show last year, every time you heard Brian talking about, Jordan Davis, they were saying, but wait until next year when Jalen Carter comes out. You know, so he was on the radar last year for a lot of people, and they were saying he was the best defensive lineman for Georgia last year.
Easily. They've gone to the Natty and won it twice in a row, and a lot of it was based on Georgia's defense. And at the very top of the pyramid, those last 2 years, it's been Jalen Carter that's led the way.
Yeah. No, Jalen Carter's mean. But you know, Brian, I appreciate where you're coming from, man. I thank you. You know, I tried to feel better as you were talking. I didn't help.
Look, I think you're all blowing him up. I really do.
Really?
He's solid, mate. Honestly.
No, look, I heard all the talk last year, right? Jalen Carter would be the #1 pick in the 2022 draft class. He's better than Jordan Davis. He's better than Devontae Wyatt. He's better than the defensive ends for Georgia who went last year, Trayvon Walker. I heard all that, and I've heard it all through this season. But yet, there are character concerns. There are issues there. Who's the defensive coordinator for that team this year? How is he going to manage that guy?
Emotional damage.
Oh no!
That was for you, Hack. That was for you, man. Do you want another one?
Yeah, that was
emotional damage.
I wasn't ready.
Hey, it's all about blindsiding you. It's all about which is what Jalen Carr is going to be doing to Dak. But
no, he's not.
Like the character concern. Okay, I get what you say. You know, like the thing with like childish attitude is some of it, turning up late for team meetings. But like the character concerns in terms of what's gone on beyond that is like without going too deep in the reads really on, you know, the situation that happened in the off season, you got to think that he was on site when he saw his coach and teammate in that car incident. He was there, so he's seen it firsthand. You got to think what that's done psychologically to him. But I just think that the draft process has shown that, and I just think that being drafted, and he's gone, look, you've been drafted in the top 10 for Jalen Carter. That's a big exhale now. You could just like go, oh, thank God it's all over, and you just get to business.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys remember back in the early 90s, Jerome Brown and Reggie White when they played for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
This is what this is reminding me of. This has Jerome Brown, Reggie White written all over it. It makes me sick.
Yeah, I can make you sick even more, Hackma, is they've just taken Jalen Carter here and they've still got another first-round pick.
Yeah.
Yep.
I hate the Eagles.
But here's the thing, right? Are Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter going to be so much better than Brandon Graham and Fletcher Cox, who we faced for the guts of 10 years? Are they going to be that good?
Potentially.
Potentially. We've played against these guys for 10 years. We've played them for our whole history.
No,
we're making an awful lot out of two rookies.
I like you, Brian.
No, I do. I like him. I thought I was positive. That guy is positive.
Hey, positive mental attitude. That's the Irish in him. Luck of the Irish, Hack. But I do go. But what do you think whenever I think of the Philadelphia Eagles, like their first starting philosophy is that they're the team on defense that generates pressure and sacks without having to blitz. And all this has done now is to continue that philosophy on. And that's just a scary thought that they just continue rolling with this same defensive philosophy. Like they literally blitz the least in the NFL, and yet they're always up there in pressures and sacks. This continues to do that for them.
Yeah, because their front seven is so good.
Solid.
You think about, what they've been able to do at the edges with Brandon Graham. I mean, they are just, Fletcher Cox is just the timeless Fletcher Cox. I don't know how this guy continues to be so good year after year after year.
Yeah.
But now with you getting a young guy like this kid to be mentored by Fletcher Cox, to be in the Eagles organization, as much as I don't like them, one of the things that I can put aside is the fact that they are building a great culture.
Yeah.
They have great culture in Philly. They have high character guys. And Jalen Carter is going to be a part of a Philadelphia team under Sirianni that is, honestly, man, they aren't doing anything but building pieces to be that championship level team each and every year. And that's why I was talking about when I say make a trade and do what Howie Roseman, it's just pulling out some phenomenal trades to be able to be the runner-up in the Super Bowl and have a top 10 pick this year. I mean, it's unheard of. A lot of people are baffled by that. If you don't really follow the league and the business of the league, you don't understand how the hell they got that pick. But it's just been Howie Roseman, willing and dealing.
Here's the thing, Heckma, right? And someone has just put this in the comments, right? Jalen Hurts' contract is back-ended, right? They have to pay him $170 million in the last 2 years of his contract. They're going to have to re-sign one of Davis or Carter.
Yeah.
There's the depleting pot that they have.
I think the plan for them is that when it starts to get closer to those last 2 years for Jalen, they're just going to extend him again.
And then
That's their plan. That's how they're foreseeing it for it to go.
Yeah, but the thing was, a couple of years ago, they gave Carson Wentz a huge contract. He never recovered properly from his injury.
Yeah,
and they had to eat it for a couple of years. They had to eat a $35 million cap hit for a guy who was on another team.
Yeah.
So everyone loves to say they do great things, and Howie Roseman is a wonderful GM, and I wish we had Howie Roseman in Dallas. Howie Roseman screws up as much as the next guy.
So it's one thing to screw up, and then it's another thing to go clean your poop up, right?
Yeah,
and I think that's what Howie Roseman just did. I don't like the Eagles. So, Brian, this is hard for me to be positive about anything that they've done. But let me tell you something. What Howie Roseman did, he traded Carson Wentz to Indianapolis, which was stupid on Indy. Indy gave the Eagles, a 2 and a 3, something like that. You know what he turned around and did with the 2 and the 3, Brian? He packaged it for A.J. Brown. Oh, what did A.J. Brown turn around and do? I don't know.
No!
So Chicago have just taken
no
right.
Yeah. The Tennessee.
Paulie, okay?
I can't take it.
How are you feeling after the last 2 picks?
They could have got him. They could have got Darnell Wright at 9. Why trade the pick? That's stupid. It's on. I swear to God, I should throw up. This is just bad. Yep, this is bad. But I don't know. All right.
Okay, here's one, right? Okay,
Skoronsky is still on the board.
Ah, damn it, you beat me to it.
How the hell did Paris Johnson go for that?
So we were all
short arms.
We were all talking about, right, Bijan Robinson. If he makes it to 12, 13, 14, we'd be interested in trading up for him. Skoronsky on my board is my 4th player.
I don't believe that.
I gave you my board.
The 4th best player on your board.
He's my 4th player.
You told us all off season he has short arms and can't play offensive tackle.
Yeah, not for tackle. I've got him down as a guard.
He's got him for guard.
Yeah, thank you. I knew you'd be with me, Lon.
I've got your list here.
I'll put it up. I'll put it up right now, just to prove it. And I haven't changed anything before you say anything, Mr. Brian. Let me follow. Look, like Lon's got it there, and I very specifically placed him as a guard for the reason, like you said, is that he's got a short arm. So if I just
If he were a dinosaur, he'd be a T-Rex.
Yeah. There you go. So
What? What? Oh my God! Who are we calling the T-Rex?
Peter Skoronsky.
Oh God!
there he is, look. Number 4.
Yeah. Okay.
And what have I got him down as, Mr. Bryan?
Guard. I know you have him down as a guard.
Yeah.
You said you had him down as a guard before. We talked about this when the Dublin Classic was on, that I didn't rate Skoronsky. I saw him in the flesh. I didn't rate him. And you said he's not an offensive tackle. He's a guard.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I hate the Eagles.
Do you want me to turn? Do you want me to turn my stream off if you want to use yours? Then,
Yeah,
Mr. Paulius
because
Maximus?
I've noticed yours is a wee bit staggery, so I've got
Yeah.
My feed's actually coming in really, really good.
There you go. I've turned mine off,
Just
which
to help you-
means I can turn this off too. So say goodbye to that. Our studio gone.
Sorry, I didn't even get to say hello. Hi, Hetma.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man.
Yeah, it's
Just-
another draft night.
And I sleep this night, getting more baldier than ever.
Yeah, this is so here we are. I mean, it's what it's 2:30 over there, right? 2:30 now.
Yep,
Mhm.
spot on, yeah.
You guys are, I'm telling you, Vikings.
Yeah, we've
So-
got all the chest here to prove it.
I'm telling you, man. So all right, Paul, who do you have at 26? Everybody's kind of
I really wanted Darnell Wright to be there at 26.
okay, he's gone. He's gone. So what was your plan B?
I really don't know.
No, okay. Me too. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't the only one in limbo on where we are right now. So
Like, if we do decide to go with tight end, if it's Michael Meyer, whoever, Kincaid, whoever, then
There you
whatever,
go, baby.
whatever. But I'm more interested in day 2. Day 2 is more important, I think.
who do you got your eye on in day 2?
I'm a big Sayaka Aika fan from Baylor. I love him to bits.
Okay.
Like, I think he would be really good as part of that one tech technique. You can play and also play in the free tech as well. So I do like him a lot. But if by some miracle, if Ivia or Cody Mack comes into the equation, I'll be happy with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we've got to go for offensive line now and get something, because
Lauren, I just realised we're wearing the exact same shirt.
we are. I know.
Hey.
So, question, right?
Okay.
This kind of came in while Mike and Paul were away, and it was before you jumped on, Heckma. Broadus has apparently dropped a little breadcrumb about Matthew Bergeron at 26.
No.
Now, obviously, this was before we knew Darnell Wright was also gone as well. And we always get the breadcrumbs around about here.
I don't like that idea.
I don't know if I like it either.
No. He's a guy you could get, like, you could trade up in the 3rd and get Matthew Bergeron. I feel, going off my board.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the pick is in, guys. For the
He
Titans.
did have a good Senior Bowl. I can remember Bergeron having a good Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
But that's about all as much as I can say in recent sort of positivity about him. But you mentioned Quentin Johnson, right, Hackma?
Mm-hmm.
What if you get the next best thing and you take A.T. Perry with your second pick?
It's not bad.
You okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Are you saying the second pick on day 2 or our second round pick?
Second round pick.
Second round pick.
Oh, I think that's high. And I really do like A.T. Perry, but I think that is...
You think it's too high?
I think it's too high. I prefer...
Sorry. I keep
prefer
thinking you guys.
definitely.
I keep thinking you guys are saying Katy Perry. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's just me being tired.
Here's why.
Oh,
me,
here's the pick. Here's the pick.
Stick it on the screen, Mr. Paul. Yes. Like for me with A.T. Perry, I was doing that thing where, you know, like you're watching corners and defensive backs and they're playing Wake Forest. Oh, damn it.
Is this the guy with the short arms?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The T-Rex?
T-Rex, that's him.
T-Rex guy.
Yeah, so like I was watching, you know, teams and they were playing Wake Forest, and every time I was watching A.T. Perry making plays. And when you see a guy doing that, you kind of have to raise them up. I missed whatever that was.
Oh.
Oh, Lebowski never disappoints. He never disappoints.
Yeah, he called me. That's the guy that called me. What did he call me? Oh, I'm the great Ofer. Something I was Ofer.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks to Mike. Yeah. Mike.
I got nothing but love for you. Come on now, Hackman. You know that.
You do need to redeem yourself, though, Hetmer, for fantasy football.
It was the first week of the season, Paul,
and it all went wrong.
Oh my God! It was the Tampa Bay game. If there was any game that I should have just said, "Hey, I don't play fantasy football," I think that should have been the game, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Shit.
Lions pick already in as well.
Yeah, and Lions pick's interesting as well. I've just put it in the private chat.
By the way, as well, Paul.
What?
By the way,
what?
Wow.
From Alabama?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't ruin it.
Oh, okay. That's different.
Oh my God. I think no one has expected that one.
All right. Well,
I've also
Jockey
made a bet.
Could have gone first round as well.
I've made a bet, Paul, with RJ.
Mm-hmm.
So I've done another one. That Devon A-Chain is the first Texas A&M player off the board.
That's a fair point. Yeah.
He thinks Antonio Johnson. I'm saying A-Chain.
A-Chain. I think it'll be A-Chain.
Yeah. So I said you can save up that money and give it to me when we come over.
oh my God.
I need to stop making bets with everybody though.
All right, here
Why
we go.
would they do that?
Just to confirm it.
Why would they do that?
Jemiah Gibbs, running back from Alabama. Wow.
It's interesting.
Now things got really crazy. Things have honestly gotten really crazy with that pick.
Yep. And you still haven't had a wide receiver picked yet.
That's baffling to me right now. Considering a lot of teams' needs as a wide receiver right now.
Yep.
So who's next then? Who's next on the board?
Green Bay.
Oh, they've got to go wide receiver.
Here's your wide receiver pick right here.
It has to be. Has to be.
It has to be. Oh no, not because they need one, but because Aaron Rodgers is gone.
Just to put, like considering they posted that Jets video,
just to squish dirt in his face. Yeah.
You think this is Jackson Smith?
Yes, it has to be. Jackson Smith is the most.
Interesting one there from Lebarski. He's saying the fact now we've had two running backs go this early. Is this going to change the running back draft? Are we going to get a rush?
No, there's too many of them. There's too many of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of good running backs in this draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Rashawn Johnson should be. I think you're probably going to see a lot going in the third round now. More than anything. So I think you are going to see them move up around
slightly. Yeah. Like I think those early day 3 guys now go at the end of day 2. Like that sort of move.
Yeah.
I love it.
Like this is surely pushing talent down the board to us.
Yeah,
definitely.
It's
actually like I said to you, that the interesting one that I've been watching really closely this week has been the Miles Murphy conversation. Like he could go out of the first round, but if he gets to 26, I think that would be the pick. That guy is talented.
Even over Mayer.
The only 100%. But the only issue I've got is that the only thing that's dissuading me from wanting to take a guy like Miles Murphy is that doesn't cancel out what the Eagles have done. And I need to balance that out right now.
But is that not then window dressing your board? Because effectively,
you're more window dressing because of the reaction, though, aren't you? Not just because I feel like I'm dressing because of what has happened within the division.
Doesn't matter. You can't draft like that.
Oh,
you've got to go with a philosophy.
The pick is in.
You've got to have a philosophy of drafting the best player on your board. So if Murphy is there, you can't turn around and go, I'm going to take an offensive guard because of what Philly has done.
It would be a difficult choice, but Murphy, honestly, I don't know why, and nobody has explained in the conversations. Hasn't explained the reasons why Murphy has dropped the way he has. Mm-hmm. It's only been in this last week too. I know he's got issues with he of shedding, and he could be a bit raw, but for him to drop the way he did,
is that medical?
I don't think it is, because if it is, we would have heard about it more. And Miles Murphy's injury history isn't that checkered.
No, it's interesting.
Like we would have heard about it in the combine. You would have expected to hear something about it, and it never came out.
Detroit's backfield for this season at present is Swift, David Montgomery, and now
Jahmyr Gibbs
as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
And ironically, it'd be Swift that's going to be the odd man out.
Flip it back a couple of years and they took Swift in the first round and then didn't really play him.
Mm.
You know? And they got rid of their top scorer last year in terms of Jamal Williams. You know, he was the guy that was getting into the end zone.
Yeah.
And
led the league at one point.
Yeah.
Packers pick is in. They're not up on the podium yet.
I'll bring it up on screen, mate.
Yep.
So here's the question, right? Here's the question. Let me do a would you rather. So let's do this. Okay. I get this up. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather? So you got Miles Murphy at 26. And the other guy is Joey Porter. Which would you rather the Cowboys take there?
That's tough.
No, I don't think it's that. I don't think it. I think it's pretty easy. I'd take Murphy.
I would too. Look, let me get that off the screen. What would you take there, Hacks?
You know, I'm gonna agree with Brian on that. I'd be hard pressed to see in that situation. Obviously, Joey Porter out of Penn State, man, dog, a guy that's bona fide.
I'll take it back off just now. It's not in yet.
That's I don't know. I don't know. Because I'm thinking about Murphy falling to 26, and that scares me a little bit. And I'm thinking about what we have already at the edge position: Sam Williams, Dante Fowler, Tank Lawrence.
Yeah.
No, I think I'd have to go with Murphy.
You would, wouldn't you?
Here we go. The Packers are selecting. Come on.
What is Jackson?
Lucas Van Ness.
Yep.
What? Wow.
Green Bay still are Green Bay.
And I put a tweet out today that I'm still confused with Lucas Van Ness. I still get the talent. I get the talent. Right? Here's a crazy thing. Green Bay have just picked Lucas Van Ness, who never started at Iowa, never started a game. Sensational player.
Yeah.
And you would think for a QB that hasn't had many starts, you would want to load up as many weapons for him as possible.
And bear in mind, Jordan Love as well, Lorne, when he was in college, was an turnover machine.
Yep.
Yeah.
But again, going back to your point, Bri, is good for Dallas because it's pushing all the defensive backs, all the offensive linemen, all the tight ends, all the wide receivers. They're all coming down.
Yeah.
This for the teams that are going on a wide receiver rampage, which is coming up. This is going to cause some big trades to come in.
Yeah. Right here.
Yeah.
Like,
I like it when Heckler agrees with me.
Yeah, man.
It just flashed up there before the Green Bay pick went in, and it was the point I was going to make is look at who's there on Kuiper's best available: Christian Gonzalez, Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr., Miles Murphy, Brian Breesy is still there. There's a lot of defensive talent. You still have Juwan Jones there available to you as well.
There's been a trade.
There you go.
Yeah.
And it's to the Steelers.
Wow.
So Steelers are now in
Steelers are coming up from 17 up to 14, I think, is it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're giving up 120, I think, from what I've seen. Yeah.
I wonder if they're going Joey Porter.
I think that's what they're going to do.
That makes a lot of sense.
That would be crazy.
How many traces have been so far? And we're only on pick 14.
Is this the third one?
Fourth trade.
Fourth trade's nice.
It's that.
Whatever.
Two have been Arizona.
Yeah.
And one being the Eagles.
Yeah.
It goes back to what we were saying before, though, a few weeks ago, that this is a top-heavy draft. And this is teams trying to get the best talent there is because they know that the talent gap and the shelf on this draft goes off quick.
Yeah.
And there you go. I mean, that's a fourth rounder to move up 3 spots. That's showing that the trade charts are sort of a lot less this year.
Yep. 17th pick overall, 120 overall, 4th round. To move up 3 places.
What? Oh, that's
and a big shout out as well to the faithful Yukis still joining us and commented in. You can see your comments flying in, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. So who was it? Who was the pick?
It's not been picked yet. They're still on the clock. Well, pick is now officially in, but we don't know who it is yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
I won't yell it out because I'm looking at it.
I've just seen it.
Oh my God.
Mike.
Yeah, what a night. This is
Mike, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What if Jackson Smith and Jigba gets to 26?
Whoa,
he's the pick.
Stop it.
He would be the pick. He would be the pick. Like, again, the fit with Jackson Smith in Dallas, you're going to have to question. But the talent is undeniable. You think of the wide receivers that have come out of Ohio State recently, and people love what they were. The whole time, Jackson was still the best out of that crop.
Yeah.
I tell you what, guys, I called Jackson Smith's games in high school. He was amazing. Absolutely amazing. He was
he was an athletic freak back then, I heard.
Yeah, he's Landry Award winner. That's the Tom Landry Award is who we give to the best North Texas high school MVP. He won that. I mean, he was different all the way. I mean, in every way. So to see what he's done at Ohio State, man, really, not surprised.
Yeah,
but yeah, he's a stud.
Who's your favorite Mean Green player at the moment, then, Hack?
For North Texas?
Yeah.
Here we go. Here I've selected.
He's a wide receiver.
Yeah.
See who they're picking.
Steelers have got to.
Oh, it's up on. Yeah, there we go.
Wow.
Oof. Okay, no offensive tackle off the board.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
How about that?
That's more protection for their QB. So
Kenny Pickett.
Yep.
Might be able to stay upright this year.
Roderick Jones.
So, Hitman, I've got a question for you. What do you think the chances the Thanksgiving game is going to be against the Jets?
Well, I think there's some really good chances that happens.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, would you really want anybody else, Paul, for a Thanksgiving game?
No.
I mean, every seat in the house is going to be taken for that game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So.
And speaking of which, the Jets are now on the board.
Mm-hmm.
What a
wow.
They're going to do.
I think they're going to have
defensively, they are stacked.
Yeah, it has to be a wide receiver. I know they brought Lazard in and stuff like that, but I think they'll bring in some more weapons for Rodgers.
Would you do? What's the kid from Boston College?
Save Flowers.
Flowers.
Yeah.
Would you go Flowers or Jackson Smith here if you're the Jets?
Knowing the Jets, they might go completely off ball.
Yeah.
They might take a quarterback.
What?
It's the Jets, Ninja. They did pass up Warren Sapp before.
Yeah.
There's maybe a condition in the trade from the Packers that they've got to pick somebody that's not for Aaron Rodgers, So.
They've got to pick a defensive player.
Yeah, no.
Oh dear.
So far, right, in terms of for the Cowboys picks, it's going good. The only trouble is there's just that I really hate that Eagles pick. I really hate that Eagles pick.
Yeah.
That's killer.
Not worried in the slightest.
Yeah, I'm not worried at all.
No.
Look, if it's the hill I die on, it's the hill I die on, but I'm not worried at all. Eddie is just asking here in the comments, isn't it normally Washington on Thanksgiving? Not always. A lot of them do tend to be Washington, but it's not always Washington.
Yeah, so I've been to 2 Thanksgiving games and they'd be completely different. One was back then it was San Diego, which is now LA, and the other one was just 2 years ago, and that was the Oakland Raiders.
Sorry, and last year was the Giants.
Yep, there we go.
And I will admit it right now, and Rich will tell you, we got really, really drunk, played a game of poker, and I fell asleep under the poker table.
Good God.
Do you know what that was, Paul?
What?
A bottle of monkey shoulder.
Oh.
Whatever it is, I want some.
Well,
whiskey.
I've got some of that, though.
Okay.
Do you drink whiskey, Hack?
If it's called monkey shoulder, I want it.
It actually has 3 metal monkeys on the bottle.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a good time.
It's really nice. Monkey shoulder on the rocks. Yeah, it's really nice.
It is a nice drink. Quite a sweet whiskey, actually.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm a vodka drinker, honestly, guys.
Tito's? Or Smirnoff?
You know what? Kettle One.
Kettle One, not bad at all.
Kettle One. I'm one of those Kettle One and water drinkers, man. I can drink that all night.
Nice.
You need to have. We got a vodka here that's made in Wales in Swansea, and it's called AU vodka.
AU.
Yeah, and it's in a gold bottle, and and the vodka, the watermelon, is made from these fruits. So the watermelon one, obviously watermelon. There's a pineapple one, and what's the third one? Fruit punch or something. And it's you can drink it straight, but it will hit you for 6.
Okay.
They're really nice. The watermelon one with lemonade.
Yeah, pretty good.
Oh yeah. They actually have delivery vans, AU delivery vans, and the vans are pure spray painted, but like pure gold. In the sunshine, gives you a headache.
AU, I gotta have some of that, man.
Bring
a bottle.
That's the bottle I will bring for you, Heck.
Yeah.
Mike, is Shannon been on yet?
Not yet.
All right,
no.
This is interesting. The Jets are taking this right down to the wire.
Right?
Yeah, there's 2 minutes left. Yeah. I'm just wondering if they're looking for more trade.
Yeah.
I'd say they're just going. I'd say they're sitting back with a big fat stogie going, we've got all the attention all week, and let's get some more attention and eyes on us and talking about Aaron.
If they don't hurry up and turn this pick in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see, they've gone Will Levis probably, you know.
Oh God, that would be hilarious.
Hooker,
That would be
DTR.
terrible.
It wouldn't surprise me if they went quarterback, mine, because they.
I'm just wondering, right, with some of the picks that just happened just there are guys being taken and they just don't know what to do yet.
Do you know what's really funny? Oh, go on, Lon. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Broderick Jones wasn't their pick. You know that somebody to defend or pass block for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
You know,
so. Build on what they're creating.
There's 1 minute left.
See where you're going, Lon.
Gone, guys.
He's gone, yeah. But that's what we're saying. That
that type of guy.
That would have been the Jets' pick if he wasn't.
Picks in anyway.
Yeah, 45 seconds. Nothing's popped up yet. Yep, there we go. It's picks in, yep. Wow, they left that really last minute.
Yeah. I'm not seeing anything on Twitter yet, though. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't see anything, Lauren.
No.
They've acquired Randall Cobb.
Bring in Jordy Nelson.
But
Nelson. Who's the other guy?
Donald Driver.
Yeah.
Eddie Lacy, mate.
Cheeseburger Eddie.
Back together.
What was really funny is I've seen this a lot. That there was whispers from GMs and what have you saying they see him mock drafts and they've just been laughing at them and saying you will be surprised that they will look nothing like these mock drafts. And so far, it's absolutely true. Started off all right, and now it's just gone completely higgledy-piggledy.
What? This draft is crazy.
It is. I've just seen who it is.
This draft is completely nuts.
It's drunk.
This is wild mind.
We did say this was going to be the weirdest draft.
Yeah.
I don't know who the pick is yet, but I'm going to...
When you see it, you'll be like, what?
Yeah, I think Jamie's got control of the draft, judging by how drunk he was earlier on.
Oh, Jamie.
Real over Jamie.
Unfreaking believable. Dude, this is Christmas. Come on. As much as this is stressing us all out, but you gotta come on, man. It doesn't get any better than this. First round of the NFL draft.
Here's one, right, you Hagman. we're coming up to this pick now. We know what this pick is. So pick 16, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Trade at this point? Is 10 places up?
Nah.
You want to let it fall to you?
If it happens like that, I mean, it's too many really good wide receivers left.
If
you don't get Jackson, I mean, that would be cool to bring him back home, right? How sweet would that be?
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if you just said it. I've always thought from the beginning, like, how does he fit into this wide receiver group with his skill set?
What's already here? Like when you think, like when you've got CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, and what are you trying to do with Jackson on this wide receiver core? Where's it all going to fit? Yeah.
Who has pick 16?
Come on.
So the Jets have selected.
Here it comes. Get ready.
Oh, the Make-A-Wish kid is.
It's a shame as well
milking
because I done a scouting report on Blogging the Boys on this guy, and I actually quite enjoyed doing it. He was a lot of fun to watch. There it is.
Really?
What?
Yeah.
What indeed?
Hackman. Oh, by the way, Paul, Hackman likes our sound effects.
Oh yeah.
I caught him out with a emotional damage, and he lost it down here.
Yeah, well, he got me at the perfect time. It was at the perfect time. It was at the Jalen Carter pick. So.
Yeah.
Oh, and Commanders have made the pick.
They have.
Yep.
That's quick.
Please tell me they took Levis. Tell me they took Levis, please.
And what this goes back to then, Hackma, is, and I've always said, is never take a 1 year wonder.
Will Levis fall out of the first round?
Yeah.
I didn't have him as a
possible.
first round. I didn't have him as a first round QB, but
So 4 minutes and 55 seconds left in the clock.
God, I hate the Commanders too.
You don't even know what to call Washington anymore.
Do you think that they change their name if they sell the team and a new
pick is in
owner comes in?
No.
Do you think they get rid? Did you think they get rid of their pig mascot?
No, man. They're really a bad organization, so I think they're going to stick with it. I think they're going to double down on that, bro.
Yeah.
Unless they get new owners, they're just going to be the same old team. Like their stadium's falling apart, man. It's just like.
How do you feel Dan Quinn feels right now seeing Will McDonald go off the board when he spent so much time with him?
Now, he probably doesn't feel good about it at all. But, Dan Quinn's been our guy with boots on the ground. I've really been impressed with him as a coach, as much time as he spent with these guys. And, he's just.
Yeah, Gonzalez is still there.
Yeah, he's just.
There's a lot of talent there on defense.
I'm surprised Gonzalez has filled in this much.
Nolan Smith is still there.
Neely.
I know I'm there at 26. Oh, my God.
Put it this way, the cornerbacks that we all like are still there. And they're still going to
So we're at 16 right now?
Yeah, 10 picks away.
Yeah.
Mike, see after this pick, do you want to take over the sharing the screen and stuff like that?
If you want me to, why?
Oh, sorry. That's not ready yet. But once I've done, I need to go for a wee break. I'll be back.
Are you leaving the?
No. I'll leave this on. I'm just going away from the computer for 2 seconds.
I just, in case you want me to set up a new.
No.
I'll leave the link off. But keep it coming in, guys. Tell us what you think so far. Who you hoping for? What you think is coming out. Once we get a little bit closer towards the Cowboys pick, we will do the predict the pick moment.
Mm-hmm.
You got to try and predict the pick. Next year, predict the pick will be a little bit more often, and it'll come with an incentive to want to join. Should we just say that?
So I'm just after seeing a tweet from Jeff Kavanagh. As a man who wants the Cowboys to pick a really good player, I like the way this draft is going. I just want them to accept the gift they are given.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of players I like right now on this draft board. It's opening right up for them to take a very good player.
So Brian, out of the picks so far, which one are you most surprised about?
I'm surprised Gibbs went as high as he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Wright went as high as he did.
Paris Johnson.
No, Paris Johnson was always going to be the first offensive tackle off the board.
Anthony Richardson is a big surprise.
I'm not surprised about that. I did say that the Colts were looking at him.
Maybe Tyree Wilson as well, like you say.
Again, Tyree Wilson. I'm surprised he got picked ahead of Jalen Carter, but I thought he was going to be probably your first, or at least your second edge coming off the board. You know, there's he has a lot of flexibility. You know, that can contribute to a team. So he's willing to step in line and play tackle as well. So. You know, you've got that factor as well. He's played across the D line. So
this next pick will be surprising too. This pick that's coming up is just going to prove how wonky everything is right now.
Oh, stop spoiling it, mate! Come on,
I haven't said who it is. I'm just saying that
I know who the pick is. So yeah, I agree.
This draft just continues.
Oh my God.
There are a lot of people in that green room probably exhaling quite a lot, wondering what the hell is going on, wondering why they're still in there.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple of the guys in the green room that are sitting there tomorrow night as well.
Yeah, true.
Here we go. He's up at the podium on my feed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Get ready for this.
What? Wow. They skipped past Gonzalez.
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
This draft is so
wow
right now.
Yeah, I need 1 minute away, man. My
This draft is absolutely drunk out of its mind.
You're gonna hear us scream in a minute.
That's pretty good. That's really good.
Paris Johnson. Wow.
Nope. So it's the Patriots on the clock now.
So I'm going to ask a question here, right? There's always a player who slides down the board, right? That everyone thinks is a top 5, top 10 pick. Is Christian Gonzalez that player this year?
I'd say it's Miles Murphy right now.
I get what you're saying. I've had Miles Murphy drop into second round of drafts I've done for a couple of weeks now. But
they've been talking about Miles Murphy dropping out the first round this week.
Yeah,
a lot of podcasts. So there's obviously something that's spooking a lot of teams. So
that's the thing, is why is Gonzalez also sliding? No one has mentioned Gonzalez. Gonzalez was supposed to be a top 10 pick. We've now had 2 cornerbacks go, and he's not one of them.
Hadn't seen Gonzalez, hadn't seen Porter.
Mhm.
No tight ends have been taken. No wide receivers
No.
have been taken.
So pick us in. Oh, shooter.
Oh, sorry, I was updating my board then.
There he is, Christian
there you go.
Gonzalez.
There's Gonzalez.
Wow,
One.
Patriots got a gift.
There they did.
Damn.
Landed right in their lap.
Bill Belichick must be happy as Larry with that one.
Yeah.
And they traded down as well, so
Yeah.
they got their man.
Wow.
Do we think Bill Belichick's dog made the selection this time?
But look at that, back-to-back cornerbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And not one wide receiver yet. Not one.
Not one. No tight end gone.
Who else is still there as well?
Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith. Osiris Torrance.
Nolan Smith. Oh my God! Now wait a second.
Yeah. Honestly, if Nolan Smith is there, if he's there at 26, I'm taking him.
Nolan Smith. What?
Go on.
No. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
And you've always been a big Micah Parsons fan, right, Heckma?
Nolan Smith and Micah Parsons.
There you go.
What
do you do with that?
I destroy homes.
Yeah, for all you're talking about Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter up in Philadelphia, Parsons and Nolan Smith would be
that would be crazy,
devastating.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what though? At this stage, if I'm Dallas, I'm doing no trading. I am standing still right now.
Hey,
everything is falling down nicely.
Mike, you got me looking at that defense attack, that one technique out of Pitt too. The last time we talked,
Clancy.
He's still on the board as well.
He's still on the board. The only issue is still the size for me, because he is an outlier in terms of size.
Yep.
Are you willing to take that gamble with a first-round pick when you've got other options that we have right now available in front of you that are less questionable, if you like?
If you tell me that he's going to turn into Aaron Donald, I wouldn't care.
Oh man, yeah.
That was the point I was going to make.
You tell me he's the next Aaron Donald, I'm with you.
Yeah, there's no question there. But in that sense, though, again, you think Aaron Donald is a unicorn in that sense.
True.
Mm-hmm.
No, he really is. They don't make him like that. But I'm still intrigued by where we are right now. There's still a ton of talent left. And I thought a lot of guys were going to be gone. So this is, geez Louise.
In terms of players with a first round grade, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 6 first round players still on my board.
How many?
6 with a first round grade.
Name them.
Yeah, Eddie.
Jackson Smith, Quentin Johnson, Joey Porter, Brian Branch, Jordan Addison, Michael Mayer.
Addison's still on the board.
Yep.
No wide
receivers have been taken yet. None.
And I'm just going to pull up Lebarski's point here.
That run is coming, mind.
We've been hearing for a while the league didn't view these receivers as high as the media.
Yeah.
Is that playing into it?
It is true. But you would have expected, though, regardless of all of that, for at some point, even if it was Green Bay, to take Jackson, because that talent is undeniable. The floor for Jackson is extremely high.
See, this is the thing that I find weird with you, Mike. You keep telling us the floor is so high on Jackson, and you take him, but you won't take him for Dallas.
That's the
Yeah,
Lions
because of the fit. That's more because of the fit. You know, like how he if Dallas did take him, I'm totally fine with it because the talent is great. I just think like you're gonna have to have a very definitive plan going forward on how you want that offense to look and your wide receiver core to look and how you're gonna put them out on the field if you do take Jackson.
But
okay, the Lions are going to shock you again, Mike. Here.
Oh my God, what's going on here?
No. I see it. It's fine. I'm actually okay with this. This is one of the more sensible ones.
Well, Dane's got this guy at number 52, so
Nah.
no, this is good. I like that.
Yeah, I'm fine with this.
I like that a lot.
And again, this helps the Cowboys.
I think what we should do, see what comes to the Cowboys pick, we should put the TV up at all times and just kind of not look at social media, so we can all react at the same time.
Holy smokes.
But ironically, right on my board, if you have a look, right, Lorne, on my board,
I'm just looking at it.
Yeah, he's
29.
Yeah. You can't have a guy who's won the Butt Kiss Award not be in your top 30.
Start giving away hints.
He just did, right? I love that. Stop giving away hints. All right, guys, it's 9:15 here in Dallas, Texas, and I got to put the kiddos to sleep.
No way.
Yeah, I got to put the kiddos to sleep, guys. It's what, 3:00? It's 3:15.
Yes.
Yep.
I don't know how you guys do it, but I love it.
It's because we have the warming glow of people like yourself, Hackmer.
Monkey shoulder.
That's the one.
Shoulder.
Monkey shoulder. AU and monkey shoulder. All right. Mike, don't forget that.
I'm not going to forget it.
Okay. When I see you, I expect
a bottle of both. The one is for the love, and one is for so you know I was genuinely sorry about the fantasy football moment.
Oh my God.
You're not sorry, Mike. That's one thing I do know.
I'm sorry.
I know you're not sorry about that. I'm going to go to the bar and ask for monkey shoulder, and I know we don't have it here in the States.
No, you should have.
They might do.
They definitely do, because I've had it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there it is. Whatever you do, guys, would y'all do me a favor? When y'all get to 26, I like Paul's idea. Everybody get off social media. Don't have Lauren. I don't know what Lauren is tapped into, but he is like, I have no idea, because I've been trying this whole time, Lauren. I'm on my phone trying to beat you to the pick. I don't know what you're looking at.
And we're 6,000 miles away.
Right. I have no idea what you're looking at and how you're able to do this, but that's
I'm just on Twitter.
I'm on Twitter too, Lauren, and I'm not seeing that.
I've got TweetDeck.
There we go.
Actually,
and the Detroit Lions have selected
anyone.
What?
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's fine.
Really?
I like that.
That's a Dan Campbell pick.
Lauren, God dog it. I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
At 3:00 in the morning, he's still doing it.
My goodness.
All right, fellas. Good night. Love you guys. What, you doing this tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. We're all
I'll
3
send you
days.
the link.
All three.
All three. What time we get started tomorrow?
Midnight.
Same time, 6 p.m. Your time.
6 p.m. Okay. Got a game tomorrow, but I will jump on. Saturday, the same thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll be back. All right. Love you
We
guys,
gotta-
man. Good night.
Love you,
Love you
Hitman.
too.
Take care,
Love
bro.
Take it easy, Agma. Cheers.
We love the Triple H.
Oh man, Hitman is the greatest.
Mhm.
Right. So Tampa Bay are on the clock with 4 minutes and 52 seconds to go.
Imagine this was running back.
To be honest, mate, that would be crazy. To see
Yeah.
three running backs go in the first round.
They need one.
Oh, the pig is in already.
Yeah, I've not seen it yet, actually, funnily enough. But... Oh, I have now.
Oops.
Lebarski trying to get us a running back.
So in terms of like Cowboys player targets, right? So these guys weren't. Bijan Robinson was obviously one that was on there.
Yeah.
You could have talked about Paris Johnson or Broderick Jones, perhaps, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's been Donald Wright, Emmanuel Forbes, Will McDonald, really. Jack Campbell, kinda. But everything else, you kind of like go, I wasn't expecting them to be there. That's how I'm looking at it right now. But I'm going through the players that we're like 6 picks away.
I just can't believe what's going on in this draft.
Right.
Yeah.
6 picks away, and count this on your hand, right? Jackson Smith.
Yep.
Quentin Johnson.
Yep.
Joey Porter. Jordan Addison. Michael Mayer.
Nolan Smith.
Safe Flowers.
Smith, Osiris Torrance. Dalton Kincaid. Zay Flowers. These are
Joey
all guys.
Porter.
I said him. So you look, there's like
Will Levis.
We're in a great position right now. We really are.
That you think? What did we just mention there? We just mentioned we mentioned like 10 players there, and we're 6 picks away. So like when you think about it, that the Cowboys really can just let the whole thing fall down to them. I think there's going to be coming up now is the run on the wide receivers is coming.
Yeah,
this is coming. I mean, I didn't even mention guys who were on their target as well. Derek Hall, who's my 20th player, he's on there. Brian Brisset, who was my very first scout.
Miles Murphy.
Oh, there's Cansey off the board.
There's Cansey.
Yep. But I mean, this
just makes it better for us now. It really does.
Yeah.
This plays in Jerry's hands. We could
trade down.
Trade down, pick up extra picks. Yep.
That was my point. Trade down, but obviously you need 2 to tango, and I want to stay in the first round. So the options are very limited there.
Kansas City.
Yeah.
They won't say Flowers bad.
If they want to see Flowers bad, then if they really want him really badly, and see Flowers is there at 26. We want a first round for next year, if that's the case.
Here's the funny thing.
You're not going to get a first, considering some of the moves.
So, right on, Joe.
But they're desperate, though.
Joe, bang on. He's with us as well on the trading back situation.
Yeah.
I'm all on for that. 100% is a good way to go here, because there's plenty of options, and like even if you traded down and you got blimmed out of the names we just mentioned, there are guys who are early second round picks that you could be like, that works here because I've traded down and I've got extra value. So everything right now. But here's the question I got to ask you, right, guys? Do you think that this draft for the Cowboys is going well, even though the Eagles have taken a very dominant player?
Yeah, I would think so. Like, the surprises for me is like Jack Campbell and
Emmanuel Forbes, Will McDonald.
Yeah.
Jamar Gibbs going that early.
Crazy.
I mean,
Yeah.
you don't know what's on Jerry's 17 picks that he said they're first round quality, but you know, and what we're seeing here again is that there obviously is a difference between media scouts and the actual team scouts and what's getting picked.
1,
But
2, 3.
you know, Jerry must be saying, yeah, this is great that, you know, these guys are still available and this is allowing us the potential of trading down or whatever. And nobody, yeah, you can say Jalen Carter to Philadelphia, but nobody really has been that scary pick yet that, you know, you're going, oh, yeah, I really wanted him, but
Yeah.
Hey, God, I've just posted in the chat that on our board we still have 6 first round grades.
Yep, yep.
Seattle, the Chargers, the Ravens, the Vikings, the Jaguars, and the Giants. That's what's ahead of us.
Wide receivers. This is the wide receiver moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we thought the wide receivers were going to start with Tampa
No.
Bay.
I've always said that. No. After so for me, this was the point where the wide receivers are gonna start to go. For me, is here. I've always said that.
Seattle, right, have taken Devin Weatherspoon.
Yes.
With their first pick. That wasn't projected. It was always projected they were going to take Tyree Wilson.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't bank on Seattle doing what you think they're going to do. They never do what people think they're going to do. Seattle could turn around here and go, do you know what? We're going to take Drew Sanders.
Oh, God, that'd be something.
It wouldn't be a surprise.
That'd be some pick, that, to be honest.
You know? Like they like Seattle never do what people think. And it's a great thing with them. Chargers pretty much will go best player that's available. Ravens are always smart.
I wonder if the Seattle Seahawks pick will be Brian Breesy.
That's what I'm wondering as well.
Yeah.
Possibly will. Like Minnesota are coming up, and Minnesota might take a quarterback here. They might decide, do you know what? Let's pull the trigger on Levis or Hooker. And then you're into the Jaguars and the Giants who don't draft well.
Wide receivers there.
Well, it's interesting. Somebody's just asked Kyle Humans how many first rounders he's got left. He's in 8.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so Seahawks position needs his edge rusher inside O-line. This could be Osiris Torrance. It could be him. For the Seahawks. It could be.
Yeah.
Could be DeJuan Jones. You know? Like there's a lot of players available to them.
Yeah.
Heck, they might even turn around and go, do you know what? Let's take Steve Avila.
Do you know, in fact, do you know what I can see happening here, which is going to really crack us up? That it gets to the Giants. The Giants are saying all the same things we are, and they trade down. I can see that.
Yeah.
They got a lot of Isaiah standby.
Yeah, I saw the message.
Yeah, they're cutting it short as well. 1 minute 30
right.
left.
I'm just going to go grab myself a Coke.
Okay.
Go for it.
Caffeine.
It looks like the Seahawks may be looking to trade here.
You'd never know. Like I don't know how many picks the Seahawks have in this draft, but they're not averse to trading down.
No, not really. No. Less than a minute left.
I know. This is.
I'm guessing the pick will be made in time.
You would like to think so.
Yeah. Maybe
40 seconds left. 40 seconds.
Well, I'm at 25.
So Lil Mac is going. Do you know what? Lil Mac is going. Should they take Levis? Are they maybe considering popping their cherry and going, let's take Hendon Hooker? We can redshirt them. We have to, you know.
Picks in.
Yep,
So
pick
they have made the pick.
Yep.
Ooh. Okay. All right.
Go on in. What's everybody's guess?
I'm going to say Osiris Torrance.
I won't comment because I've seen.
Brian?
I think they might take him one of the quarterbacks.
That makes sense.
I think they might have taken one.
It's either that or it's going to be like
Nolan
something. Nolan's or Brian Breesy, Derek Hall, something
Murphy.
like that. Yeah, Miles Murphy. And he's continuing to drop. In fact, Murphy is my highest graded player not taken. Yeah.
And you've had him at 5.
5, yeah.
There's got to be something medically wrong with him.
I don't know. I tried asking in the week when this started coming up, and there was whispers behind, the curtain on this. And there's nothing that's coming up as an injury thing, because there was nothing that was brought up before. I think what some people are worrying about is the rawness of everything he does.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I can think, because he is very raw. So as a prospect, it's tricky, man. They obviously know more than what we do, and unfortunately, like you say, Lorne, it could be a medical thing, but because we're not in those rooms, we will never know.
Yeah,
if there's any sort of medical issue going on there, and we'll never find out because they don't want that public. I just find it crazy, man, because he is.
This is the
freak
this
athlete.
right, here we go. Oh,
Yeah.
there's
that. Here comes that run on wide receivers.
Wow.
I did not see that coming.
No.
No, I did not see that at all. Jesus Christ, him and DK Metcalf in the same backfield.
That's what I mean.
Scary. That's scary.
And Tyler Lockett as well. That's
wow. Geno Smith's got weapons, man. He's got weapons.
If you've got questions on Geno Smith's talent, you can't say that they haven't tried to help him.
They've definitely invested in him. I mean, he's definitely comeback player of the year for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's definitely proved every dirt or wrong last season. I mean, don't get me wrong, there were still some questionable plays and stuff like that, questionable reads, but overall, he had a fantastic season.
So, my top 5 graded players left: Miles Murphy, Quentin Johnson, Joey Porter, Brian Branch, Alabama, Jordan Addison. Then right behind him is Michael Mayer. I think this is going Michael Mayer.
It may.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not against it.
5 picks left. 5
but
picks left.
But Nolan Smith though.
Yeah, there's Nolan Smith in the mix. As we say, Derek Hall, Brian Breesy, Osiris Torrance, Dalton Kincaid, Zay Flowers.
We won't draft Osiris Torrance. We won't, even though he's a guard, but he's primarily on the right. He's not played one snap on the left, and he's not He's not flex position at all.
Yeah. Like it's running perfectly to them at the minute.
To trade down.
1 to trade down, 2 to pick Mayer or Kincaid because they might be available,
or Nolan Smith.
Unless the Giants and Jaguars go, do you know what? We don't have guys. Is a premium tight end. Let's grab one now because they're there.
The only thing I think that will stall them from trading down will be if Joey Porter is still available.
Mm-hmm.
If Joe Porter is still, like Miles Murphy might be something. It's hard to comment on Miles because
it's got to be medicals.
There's something we don't know. Like I can only base on what I'm thinking of what I've seen, and to say that he's so raw in what he does is enough to drop him from like a top 10 talent to sub first.
I was going to say, Brian, what's the comments saying? What's the comments saying there?
Yeah.
Get him in, guys. Get him in, guys.
Mayor. Lil Mac wants Kincaid. Lavarski is saying he'd rather gamble on Kincaid than take the Mayor stir of none.
Yeah! Yeah, Chargers might be looking to trade back as well. My goodness.
Chargers never, ever trade. They sit and pick. Believe me, Paul, I literally did 20 years of drafts and they sat and picked exactly where they had picks.
I can see the teams just before us, like Giants or Jacksonville, being the type of teams that will trade out of their pick.
Well, the pick's in. You're right, Brian.
Yeah. Trust me, Chargers never, I think it's Tom Telesco is their general manager, never trades.
This will be wide receiver, I can guarantee you. And I'm not saying that because I've checked. I'm just saying that this is the run of wide receivers coming up.
I'm going to say it's going to be safe Flowers.
It could be. I think it's going to be one of the Jalen Hyatt over there.
Quentin Johnson. That's who I predict.
That's what I would say. The Quentin Johnson.
Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, big body guys.
Exactly.
That's what they like. And I have not seen the pick. I don't have social media open. I'm only surmising there.
And then again, once you get to Baltimore, because this is what I'm on about with the wide receiver moment, is that Joey Porter this is the moment where he could go, is with Baltimore.
Yeah, Baltimore always pick sensible.
But if they look at it and they're like, we're higher on our wide receivers, then it's going to be the wide receiver, another wide receiver that goes again. And then obviously then once you get to, sort of down to the Giants, you're going to see again wide receiver, possibly the Vikings. But I think they're going to be looking at defensive line.
I think the Vikings are going to take a quarterback. I genuinely do. I think they're going to take a quarterback.
I don't think they will. Cornerback or quarterback?
Quarterback. I think they will.
Well, I mean, this was where you were initially going to be talking about. Will Levis was to the Vikings, so.
Will Levis or Hendon Hooker? Like Hendon Hooker, as we say, he needs a redshirt year.
Yeah, definitely.
So why would the Vikings not do it?
See, the Vikings, to me, could be the place where Miles Murphy goes.
Oh, here we go.
Possibly.
Let's see. Chargers have selected Quentin Johnson. Spot on, Brian.
Yeah.
Now, as I say, I was not looking at social media. That's just... That was just my observations for them and their style of play.
But this is what I'm saying.
I think what to do now is just get off social media and just let us just all react to it.
Let's watch it as a foursome.
But like I say, this is exactly
Wrong choice of words there, Brian.
Who are not even remotely in the same location.
Oh my god!
This is what I was saying. That this was what I was looking at as being the wide receiver moment.
Yeah, no, it's you're dead right, Mike, and like it's a fair point. Wide receiver TC.
It's not going to finish either.
Honestly, I would love us to get Nolan Smith now. Love to get him.
I could see Jacksonville taking him though.
I know.
Yeah,
like this has like this very much could be Jordan Addison. Like you think that they've kept it. They kept the guy. They've just done it today or yesterday. Yeah. I forget what day. Everything's all mashed up at the moment.
Yeah.
So now what? You need to go and help him. You help him how? Well, all right, let's go get it. The last like premium first round wide receiver that's on the board. Let's stick him in there. And then I think if the Giants don't trade down, that's the Zay Flowers pick, Paul. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And that's your run on the wide receivers that I was looking at here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Baltimore Ravens depth chart.
Yeah, look at wide receiver.
Odell Beckham Jr., Devin Duvernay, Rashad Bateman, Nelson Aguilar, James Prochet, Tylen Wallace.
Yeah,
yeah,
wide receiver.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Addison.
And because you've got Odell Beckham Jr., that's more of a reason for them to take a wide receiver because what are you getting and how long will he last?
Yeah.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah. So our very own Jamie is jumping in now. Mayer or Porter for me, please.
I would.
No Nolan Smith, Jamie. My goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The Eagles have traded up.
Oh,
they've not, have they?
They've traded up. And the pick is in.
I wonder if this is for Miles Murphy.
Oh no.
Or are they going cornerback and they're going to take Joey Porter?
That's a good call, Mike. That is a really good call.
No, wait. Hold on a minute.
Paul, you've not done a fake.
No. It was actually on the TV. It said Eagles were on the clock.
Yeah.
I think it was more of a TV glitch from ESPN, to be honest.
We can relax again.
Sorry, guys. Don't blame me. Blame ESPN.
I'm not going to lie. My immediate thought when you said Eagles have traded up was they're going for Nolan Smith.
And Sky's on the break at the moment.
No, it's doing it again. Look, it's doing it again. See? It's done it again.
Oh crap.
But it says number 30 though.
Yeah, so somebody's messing up over
Somebody's messed up.
But yeah, something's not right. It's not my fault, Labarsky. Sorry, Andy. I just proved it.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah, because they've actually hit the screen now, so
yeah.
I think
while the graphics department has a bollocking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ravens are still on the clock with 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So it's still the Ravens.
You almost gave Joe a heart attack. It's nearly 5 o'clock in the morning in Italy.
Sorry, Joe.
And Little Mac talking about videos of Michael Mayer beating triple team. And there is. And it's his ability to, very much like Jason Witten did, and just finding the soft spots in the middle of the defense. But you think Jason Witten, that's what he would do. Somehow he would manage to create separation, get open in these little soft zones in the defense. And that's what he would do.
2 minutes to go.
Yep.
Ravens don't tend to take this long.
No, they're normally
They must be looking to trade down, or they've just gone to the draft room. They're on the phone, so maybe the picks in as well.
Yeah, I think perhaps they probably tried to do a trade, and that's why there was this whole thing that just went on in ESPN, and it hasn't come off.
Yeah,
the pick is in. The pick is in.
Saying the Cowboys have turned down trades from KC and Vegas.
Interesting.
So they must be very happy sitting where they are.
I definitely. So, what I would do is, if there's trades coming in right now, is I'm saying just hold the phone.
Yeah.
Wait until it gets to us, then we'll make that decision.
Yeah. Like if you have 2 or 3 or 4 players that you still have first round grades on, and you can go down a couple of spots, pick up a 4th, 5th, or 6th.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And see how the cards may fall. I'm okay with that.
Yep. So Baltimore's war room are quite happy.
Mm-hmm. What do we reckon, guys? What do we reckon?
Wide receiver. Joey Porter. It's Joey Porter or Jordan Addison.
Yeah, I tend to say Mike has it nailed there.
They're the only two that make sense.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw a curveball. What if it's Kincaid?
Nah.
No. Haven't they Mark Andrews?
They've got Mark Andrews.
Yeah.
They're not. I don't think they like to run a big tight end set, and they took Charlie Collar and Isaiah Likely last year.
That's right.
So, but it wouldn't be unreal.
Have you got the depth chart still up, Bri?
Yeah.
What's the safety room like?
Ooh.
So Goodell's coming to the podium. So
Kyle Hamilton, Marcus Williams.
Yeah, forget it then. Forget it.
Yeah.
That's what you have to say.
Oh. I'm slightly ahead.
Oh.
Wide receiver, regardless. We did say wide receiver.
Wow.
And do you know what? I can see the reasons why they wouldn't take Jordan Addison is the fear of what happened in the combine.
Mm-hmm.
I bet that's still resonating.
He's going to be, what's his face, that played for Carolina and the Ravens?
Steve Smith?
Yep, he's going to be Flowers is going to be like Steve Smith there.
I got T.Y. Hilton. Like, you're looking at it there. Like, that highlight clip you're seeing there is just... You're seeing a lot of T.Y. Hilton-esque type things.
Yeah. As JXL has said here, he's a very fun player to watch.
So you got Beckham Jr. and Zay Flowers and
Bateman.
And
Bateman.
Definitely. But really what you're doing there is you're playing OBJ and Zay Flowers together until OBJ can't play anymore. Is the way that's going to go there.
Yeah.
So again, you've still got Porter, you've got Nolan Smith.
Telling you, if Nolan Smith is there at 26, pull that freaking trigger.
I'm running to the podium.
Miles Murphy still there.
Lebarski. Henson Hooker.
Hendon Hooker is fine. It's fine.
Henson.
Is Gavin Henson playing quarterback these days?
The S and the D are close together on the keyboard.
We love you, Lebarski.
6 minutes left for the Vikings.
I'm sticking to my guns on this. I'm not going to be surprised when they pick a quarterback.
Do you think it's between Hooker and Levis then?
Hooker and Levis. I
think for the likes of Jefferson and stuff like that, I think he would rather prefer to have Hooker.
Yeah.
And like you said, he'll be a red shirt for that 1 year under Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins, 100%.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
I don't know. They like Kurt.
Not that much. The fans hate him.
You get the reasons why.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, I get them.
So, okay.
JXL is asking us to trade Dak and pick Will Levis.
Who said
No.
that? To be fair, he did have an LOL at the end.
Oh, JXL, oh, you're just trolling. Right, I get you.
Yeah. This is the Joey Porter pick now.
I'm with Brian in this one.
I'm loving this, Lebarski. Out of your keyboard shaming me. It never makes funny. Poor Heckma couldn't get off fast enough because he ain't talking about golden goose eggs.
4 minutes to go and still no pick yet.
Could they maybe be trying to work down the board a little bit and trade? I still think.
Well, let's be honest. Minnesota could trade back and still get Hooker or Levis.
Yeah, because you know that the Giants, the Cowboys, and
Jacksonville
aren't going to be going.
Yeah,
do you think?
Yeah, because Jacksonville Jags are cornerback, aren't they? They're going cornerback, or so it's Joey Porter or Osiris Torrance for them. Yeah, depending what the Vikings do here. Giants are going to take Jordan Addison, and then that leaves the Cowboys with Miles Murphy, Michael Mayer,
Nolan Smith,
Brian Branch.
They're not going to take a safety.
No. And I wouldn't take Brian Branch either for the Cowboys. He's too small.
Yeah.
They've just shown Derek Hall. They've just shown Levis looking very antsy in the green room.
Oh.
But not answering phone calls or anything. So, and in fact, they've just gone to Minnesota's war room as well, and they're on the phone. So, but you would have
they're not on the phone to him.
They're not on the phone to him. Yeah.
And then Hooker. Yeah, 2 minutes 20.
Do you think maybe they rang Will Levis and said,
Loser.
Poor Lebarski. He's not typing the best tonight.
This pick for Dallas though, at this stage, like if I'm predicting I'm still sticking with Michael Mayer. I'm still going there.
I think you have to.
Even though Nolan Smith's there.
Yeah.
Like
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want.
Are you basing the love of Nolan Smith off his combine?
No,
ability. No, just overall ability.
Because what did he do this year? This season?
I just think his lateral speed. I think he can just help complement our actual defense tenfold.
The combine, because if it's just like what you see in what he did at the combine, you went, ooh. I think it's not.
Yeah,
I can't base a first round pick at this stage with what's left on the board just on that, because when you look at the statistics, what he's done on the field, it isn't a lot. It's not a lot. Just go to his stats right now, and you'll go, oh right, it will
40
put a
seconds.
question mark. It will put a question
Remember, Mike, stats don't mean end all. Remember, there's been actual first round draft picks that had next to zero, and
Yeah.
there's been draft picks with
but
high amount of stats.
Stats don't count when you're a defensive tackle.
Picks in.
Yeah, they left that last second, like 30 seconds to go.
But here's the thing. What do the Cowboys never do in the first round? Pick the player I want. So they're not going to pick Nolan Smith.
No, and I just think that Nolan Smith at this stage, when you look at what's available and what's left you on the board, there's more, not even so much better prospects, but just players who have got less question marks on them.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Nolan Smith isn't a good player. I'm just saying that there's huge question marks on him.
Yeah.
Based on what he's produced.
I'm going to say
you got guys like Michael Mayer, right? Take for instance, he's been a top 3 tight end the last, certainly the 2 years. You could say a top 10 tight end the last 3, and Nolan Smith has never been in any of those categories, even close.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this, mate. You said the exact same thing, like the way you described Nolan Smith in a way, what you did with Micah Parsons 2 years ago. I
predicted him to go to Dallas, though.
You did, but you highlighted the exact same problems.
That the issue for him was even more so because because of obviously the whole COVID situation. Yeah, he opted out, so he didn't even play at all. But you did see the year before, you saw the talent and the production there with Micah Parsons. Maybe not the pass rushing ability that we're seeing now in Dallas, but you saw an off-ball linebacker who was effective.
But no one saw that pass rushing ability.
No.
To be fair, like that was Dan Quinn.
That got unlocked. Yeah, so, he unlocked that.
Goodall's coming to the podium just now.
Put it on, Paul.
Wide receiver.
Wow.
Oh, that changes everything up.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
I said the run of wide receivers had happened, and we've gone wide receiver.
Yeah.
And it will continue. So this is going to be the Joey Porter pick. Joey Porter is going here. For definite.
And do you think Torrance will go to New York?
No, they will take the next wide receiver.
Wait a minute,
like Jalen Hyatt.
Sky are saying that the Giants are now on the clock, or the NFL Network are saying Giants are now on the clock. Have they swapped with Jacksonville?
No, I've not got anything yet on ESPN yet.
Yeah.
I wouldn't listen to Sky.
They have. But this isn't Sky, this is NFL Network.
Oh.
There has been a trade. Yep. The Giant. They've traded up to the Giants, so they're obviously worried what Dallas might be doing.
Are the Giants trading up here to get Michael Mayer?
Oh, that'd be something.
No.
Wait. So they've got 2 picks in a row.
No.
Yes, they do. Yeah, they do.
They probably haven't updated. They just haven't updated the graphics on it.
They've swapped with Jacksonville, and they're also they've swapped picks 160.
No.
Oh no, wait. This
240.
is for an offensive. This is for offensive linemen. So they swapped with Jacksonville because they were worried Jacksonville was going to take Osiris Torrance. And the Giants are going to take them instead.
That's what I said, Osiris Torrance.
Yeah. That would be or it could be Joey Porter, because Jacksonville really. So they've just seen that the Giants were going to take wide receiver. They just had this 4-man run of wide receivers come off the board. So now they're looking at offensive line or defensive back, which is the exact same need the Jacksonville Jaguars have. So they've switched so that they can control the power.
Mm-hmm.
They can control the pick. So it's going offensive lineman, Osiris Torrance or Joey Porter or whoever is their highest graded player on those two positions. For me, more than likely Joey Porter. Which is a kick in the pants.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy.
But like, here's the thing. Again,
it won't be tight end. It won't be tight end because they've got Darren Waller now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, I checked the depth chart. Yeah, it was just it was something that was thinking in my head when I checked the depth chart. I ruled it out straight away.
As soon as you said, I was like,
the pick's in.
Pick is in.
Yeah.
It'd be crazy to do something completely off ball. Something that, I don't know, like Drew Sanders or something like that. That would be crazy.
Or Miles Murphy.
Yeah, that would be. Jacksonville do love their Clemson players as well.
But what you got to think is that they traded with Jacksonville, so it's got to be a player they were worried the Jags were going to take, which is why they've done the trade.
Yeah.
Would this potentially be for an offensive tackle?
That's right. The offensive line. You know, I'm saying Torrance because he's my highest graded offensive lineman. Could
they take DeJuan Jones?
It could be.
Could be.
My next graded offensive lineman.
Or Anton Harrison.
Yeah, Anton Harrison.
Because Joe did ask that about Anton Harrison.
Yeah.
Would he be a fit for the Cowboys?
Una memento. Let's get my... Oh, I'm on the wrong guy. Like, for me, Anton Harrison has always been weird. I've been chopping and changing where he's gone.
Yeah.
Like, the thing is he is a pure tackle. The Cowboys need a guy inside. Even if, like, you could take a guy who could play on the outside and push him in, but Anton Harrison isn't that type of guy.
See, but so if the Giants were wanting an offensive lineman and so were Jacksonville, why would they swap?
They got two players, or two real positions that the Jags and the Giants kind of both need offensive line and they both need a cornerback. So the Giants have swapped because they want to control the pick. They want to choose between who those two guys are rather than Jags like deciding that for them.
So what we're saying is it could be offensive line, it could be defensive back. So you're talking
basically.
Banks.
Would the Giants consider Brian Branch here?
Maybe.
Like Branch is like the ceiling and the floor with Branch is very close together, but very high. You know, like for me, I've marked him on my board. In terms of first round players, he is the safest. He's the safest talent in terms of talent. He's the safest first round player.
Yeah.
I don't.
So Lubarski is saying the Jags have also picked up a 5th and a 7th to drop one place.
Wow. So it's obviously some Jackson and Son they really wanted, and they've just picked up extra picks there.
They were gonna take their guy. So they've switched so that they can control the power.
Yeah.
Ooh, got the shudders.
Mike, I'm just seeing something here flashing up, right? In terms of Jackson Smith and Jigba. Just going back to that pick.
Yeah.
Jackson Smith and Jigba had less than 2,000 yards in college.
Paul, if you bring
and
this
had 10 receiving touchdowns.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Whoa!
There you go.
Wow. Now the question is it going to be Joey Porter next?
Oh, another trade as well by the looks of things. Buffalo's jumped up.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm not going on social media, but
Yeah, I tell you, if it is, then Buffalo are worried now about what the Cowboys take in terms of wide receiver. So that would make sense for the Bills.
So what wide receivers left?
You've got a number of them, really. You could
Downs.
yeah, Downs, Hyatt. Like these aren't guys who are like first round picks for me, but they're up there. You could say Nathaniel Dell if you want it.
Again, like even if they go tight end, Cowboys are still sitting at 26 going, I get one of Michael Mayer, Dalton Kincaid.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I don't see an issue.
There's no tight end. There's no tight ends going here. But if you go through it right now, so these are my first round graded players. These are my first round graded players: Miles Murphy, Joey Porter, Brian Branch, Michael Mayer. So you got 4 first round graded players with 1 pick to go.
So Jaguars get a 4th rounder for dropping down 2 places.
Wow.
But to drop 2 places, they've picked up a 4th, 5th, and a 7th. Wow, Doug Peterson is doing well over there.
Yeah.
Doug Peterson is a smart man. I think this is the 2nd year in a row Buffalo have jumped to try and get ahead of the Cowboys in the draft.
I believe so. Yeah. Quinn Miners.
Who?
No, sorry.
No, Quinn Miners was 2 years.
No, that was Denver.
Yeah. So we're getting down to that time, folks. So let us know who you would like the pick to be. It doesn't have to be who you think the Cowboys want to pick. It can be who you pick. You can do both. Yeah. Thank you, Mike.
What did he say?
Okay, the pick's in on Buffalo's pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Cowboys are officially on the clock, everyone.
It's time.
So the Bills were worried, I feel here, about the Cowboys, who the Cowboys were going to take, and they were worried that we were either going to take a wide receiver, maybe Nolan Smith, they're thinking, possibly here.
Possibly.
If
it's Nolan Smith, then it's got to be Michael Mayer.
I like Joe's thinking.
Or
I like where Joe's head is at.
Or this is the Miles Murphy pick, perhaps. Or maybe I need to just stop mentioning his name. But then the Cowboys also did like Derek Hall. They had him in on a 30 visit. And I don't know if he was in Buffalo, but he makes sense there too.
But wasn't Porter someone we've met with?
Porter we have, yeah.
Yeah.
They've extensively met with the tight end group. I think they've met the top 7 or 8 at some stage.
Yeah.
So Joey Porter is my 12th ranked player. Yeah. So you're getting just outside the top 10 at 26.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah. But even if it's not and they take Michael Mayer here, I'm completely happy with that too. I'm Michael Mayer completely fits Mike McCarthy and a West Coast offense.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So
tasty caffeine.
I thought Deontay Banks was taken.
Yes.
No.
He was.
Because Michael Cowper's list has still got him.
Oh right, yeah. He just went.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper anyway?
Oh, honestly. What's Bill's tight end depth chart like?
Dawson Knox.
Yeah, Dawson Knox. They would never take a tight end yet. And Dawson Knox and Josh Allen have got quite a good rapport going on there. So they would okay, you could argue and say like, oh, maybe we could take a move tight end and go and go with Kincaid, but when they need other things, I would say that would be too much of a luxury pick, yeah.
Daniel Jeremiah's got Kincaid as his highest available player left at the moment. So
behind Dawson Knox, they have Quentin Morris and Zach Davidson, who I have never heard of. Yes. So,
but like they need
any reason.
They could take Kincaid, right? Yeah. And like you use him as your move tight end.
Yeah,
opposite Knox, but you wouldn't take Michael Meyer. That makes very little sense.
Unless they're moving on from Knox.
Nah, no way.
You don't know, Mike. You just don't know.
It's for me. It's like a linebacker like Miles Murphy or Derek Hall if you wanted to try and push him into that role. Or it's wide receiver like Jalen Hyatt.
Do you want to hide the wee banner just now, Mike?
Yeah, keep those predict the picks coming in, guys.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of quality on the board.
Please be right again. I want to be right just one more time and then I'm okay.
You didn't pick Deontay Banks.
Wow, I called it.
There you go.
There you go.
Wow. So
let's
keep the screen on for the Cowboys pick, guys.
So can I just ask people? I've seen a few comments. I saw that Kincaid was picked about 2 minutes ago. So can people please not put in the comments, I've seen the pick or anything like that, and just watch the pick with us, because you're tipping the pick to us and we can see that. Let's just all watch it together. Let's all react together and enjoy it. Okay.
So this really now is Joey Porter or Michael Meyer. That's it. Plain and simple.
Or Nolan Smith.
Nah, I don't think it'd be.
No, it's not Nolan Smith. It's not going to be Nolan Smith.
As much as you guys, I know you guys like, and I completely get it. I just think that his question marks over what Joey Porter's question marks are and Michael Myers' question, even Derek Hall's or Science Torrance's question marks are a lot less than what Nolan Smith's are.
Yeah. Like,
if you wanted me to do the full, like, Mike predict the pick thing here, and everybody predict the pick, for me, Michael Meyer. That's it.
100%.
That's what I'm going with.
Like, he's a Notre Dame player. We have a history of selecting Notre Dame players.
A history of production, Bri. Multiple years of high-level production. Yeah.
Like, he can block, he can catch, he can do it in triple coverage.
Red zone
threat. He can do it all.
Big red zone threat.
Yeah. And, like, the thing is, as much as we're saying there's plenty of players coming down the board, like, these guys are... There will be some of these guys available in the second round. We can consider moving up in the second round if one of these players drops further.
Yeah. Yeah, they're already bringing up the highlight of Meyer. Is that possible?
The only other thing right now, because you've got Joey Porter, Michael Meyer, Derek Hall, Osiris Torrance. Okay, you want to throw in Josh Downs and Nolan Smith. With those guys, you're just looking at that and you're just going, could they trade down? There's a lot of options to trade down now.
Yeah.
But as you say, Mike, you need a dance partner. Who's
That's
your
the
dance
trouble.
partner?
That's
And,
the trouble, yeah.
and who's going to be there when you are on the clock?
Yeah.
Right. They're showing the war room for the Cowboys. There's no sign of Dan Quinn.
When you guys are gonna have to take over the conversation for a little bit, while I got to do a little bit of writing.
Yeah. So there's a few people are kind of talking that they're not going to be too happy if this is a tight end. So like Lauren or Paul, like, is there a reason you wouldn't want a tight end here?
No reason at all.
Yeah.
No, like I'm not. Like I said, I am not against it. Like if it's Michael Mayer, then cool, we move on.
Yeah.
But do you know what I'm thinking, Paul? You look at what just happened in the trade and who they traded for.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells you they were worried about who the Cowboys were going to take.
Yeah. It's kind of showing you a clear sign it's likely going to be Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 2 minutes to go, folks.
Yeah. Joe was just saying that Miles Murphy is still available.
Yeah.
I think he's going to slide. Like we've kind of mentioned, he's going to slide all night, Joe. He is. Look, there's no debating. He's still a very good player. And Joe was kind of saying, yeah, Jerry's going to draw the pick out for all it's worth. Of course, he's going to do that.
Yeah. They're still not on the phone to anybody as well in the draft room. Unless they've already done that and the purpose of leaving it. But we're inside a minute now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is typical Jerry Jones.
Yeah. As Joe said, Jerry likes to draw the pick out. I'm sure like that. Like, I mean, the war room footage is generally about a minute or two behind as well.
Yeah.
It's never in time with the actual clock.
Right. They've made the pick, or they're all shaking hands now.
Yeah, pick is in, but it's just not showing up in the video feed yet.
So we haven't traded down.
That's the main thing.
Oh, here we go, boys.
It's Joey or Maya.
I think,
and I'm happy with either. With either.
I think you're talking Meyer if Dan Quinn's not in the room, and I haven't seen him there.
True.
It must be. It has to be Michael Mayer.
Lebarski does not want Michael Mayer. That's all I'm saying.
He's going to be quite upset then. And I'm not saying that because I'm watching social media.
And he's saying Aidan Durday is in the room.
Ooh.
So make of that what you may, folks. Now, I mean, Aidan Durday is our defensive line coach.
Yeah,
why would he be in there if you're taking Joey Porter?
Derek Hall or Brian Breesy, that would say.
Or Miles Murphy.
Yeah. That would be nice.
Yeah.
See, and if it is Miles Murphy, it's not an injury thing.
Yeah. So people are already starting to say they hate the pick. Please do not tip the pick.
Stop telling us.
Stop telling us. We're going to watch it together.
I've had the comments, so I can't see them.
Yeah. So it's nearly down to the.
Here we go.
Yeah, commissioner's coming out now.
Yeah, where's Big Wheel? Because he's there.
Yeah.
Come on.
Here we go.
Who we got?
Oh, oh God.
I know, I've seen it too now.
Oh God.
Whoa!
Oh my God!
What?
Oh, Michigan defensive lineman. Oh no.
In the first round.
It's a need, is one thing.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though. Valenti called it. He called for Mazzy Smith at 26.
He did. Oh my God. So for anyone who is unaware, the Cowboys have selected Mazzy Smith, defensive tackle out of Michigan. It is our first defensive tackle in the first round since 1991, since we took Russell Maryland at number 1 at all.
And I've said, you know, we took Taco Charlton 1985. I'm just reading Landry's last stand at the moment. We took Kevin Brooks. He was Michigan as well. He didn't pan out.
I don't know what to make of that.
I'm not exactly thrilled. It's a need. It's a need.
I will give it that. Yeah.
It's not a good reaction from anyone at all that I'm seeing in the comments. I mean, Andrew, as you said, you called it at 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, you did. Congrats, mate.
Good on you. Like, I'm not knocking you in any way for making that suggestion.
I mean, I am not angry at the pick. I'm not angry at it.
Yeah.
But I'm not thrilled.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, okay. If that makes sense, you know? Like, it felt like Mike says, it fills the need.
Yeah.
We do need it. But obviously they've seen something in Mazzy Smith that we clearly haven't. But we'd rather trust the process.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of like that with the whole defensive line of Michigan after the whole tackle Charlton.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical. But he's gonna be supported. So welcome to Dallas, Mazzy. Hopefully you can prove us wrong. And hopefully you can be our future one tech and stop the run. That's all we ask of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we'll see what the Jags their pick is in now.
Yeah. So just going back, and I think Joe asked us this before we started the coverage, and I think it might have been when Mike and Paul you were both away. They talked about tight end the whole time, and Joe asked, "Was it all smoke and mirrors, and which position group would we?"
I think it was. Has to be, yeah. Now that leaves the question there: do we still go for a tight end in this draft?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is your Sam Laporta, Tucker Craft.
Yeah. Sam Laporta, I think, will be the second round pick now. I don't think they'll even look at O-line.
Really?
Like, I mean, the thing, like looking at it, how it fell, Paul. Like, you had Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr., Brian Breesy, Miles Murphy, all there. Everyone bar Dalton Kincaid of the tight ends, and they took Mazzy Smith.
Oh man.
I think looking at it realistically, like obviously, look, they wanted a one tech, they wanted an anchor who's going to spend most of next season behind Jonathan Hankins, which is why they brought Hankins back and they fought so hard to get him back. You know, like we kind of spoke about, your first round pick is not going to play 75% of the snaps if we drafted Bijan Robinson, your first round pick is not going to play 50% of the snaps this year.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's a building block.
Yeah. Like it's like I said, it's like we can't be too upset about it because it does it has addressed the need. It is a position that we do need to address in the draft. So at least that's now completely right off the board.
Yeah.
Could you say we may have stretched from Massey Smith? Potentially.
Yeah.
He could be he could be one of those guys who will absolutely blow everyone out the water.
Yeah.
But it could be, but that's just why I'm kind of not sure how to react to this.
No, so Jacksonville are on the clock. Obviously, it was announced today that Cam Robinson's going to be spending some time off at the start because he's suspended. So it's an offensive tackle.
Yeah, do you think about maybe Anton Harrison or?
Could they take Osiris Torrance?
Well, there's Harrison there on the board. There's Miles Murphy, Joey Porter, Nolan Smith, Will Levis. Levis is. I would say Levis is now out the first round for sure now.
Yeah. Just say good night to Joe. Joe's heading off to bed. It is 5:30 in the morning in Italy. Joe, it is
no worries, Joe. Thank you, Joe, for staying up so late and joining in with us, man. You are an absolute legend.
Pleasure, and we'll see you tomorrow night, Joe.
Yeah, buonasera. Yeah, there we go. Selected Anton Harrison.
Yeah. Good call there, Lauren. Sorry, I'm just going to pull up a quote here. I did see it from JXL70. So he's a run stuffer, not a pass rusher. Absolutely, like he's your anchor. But he's like 350 pounds, Mike, is he?
338.
338. So he's a big body. He's there to absorb the run.
He's there to take on the double teams.
He's always been a big run stopping defensive tackle.
Yeah. So Lebarski is saying he doesn't blame Joe for going to bed and he has a dark closet he needs to go cry in.
My goodness.
And they didn't even select Michael Meyer for you to go and cry in the closet about, Lebarski.
Oh. But that's the thing, though. Like, the more I'm starting to process this now, I would like upbeat is a bit maybe too much, but I am positive about it.
Like
you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I'm not like, it's like someone mentions like we look a little bit down on it. Yeah, like I think the expectation, if it was like Michael Meyer and cool, we would have been like, cool, move on. Yeah. But I think we did not expect it to be just this particular player. Like, so
it certainly was a need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, again, where we were talking earlier, Nolan Smith opposite Micah Parsons would give you bookend pass rushing to more than match the run stuffing that you were talking with Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. So
that was for that to me is pretty much a present to the confidence that Dan Quinn has for the pass rush with Adam Dudley. Like, are we going to see a bigger year from Sam Williams and et cetera, et cetera? So, I think that's now got as the expectation from us now as fans to see Sam Smith have a big year.
Sam Smith?
Cincinnati's picks in.
Picks in, yeah. But it's not actually, the selection's not up yet.
No, I'm just saying that it's shown up.
Paul,
Mm-hmm.
Put a tweet out about how you feel about the pick, please. I'm going to use your tweet in an article.
Okay.
So Paul Labarsky has kind of asked the question here, and look at it. I suppose it ties in with one of your pet cats for this draft. How much better is he than
that's a fair point. Yeah. So my pet cat is I think is definitely out the question now. So no, that's a fair question.
Miles Murphy to the Bengals.
There you go.
You know,
Solid.
wait, hold on here, Labarsky. What is that comment all about?
You said Sam Smith a few minutes ago.
I did?
Yeah. You were talking about Sam Williams, and you said Sam Smith is going to be a great
Oh
defense
my
this year.
God. That's getting clipped now, isn't it?
It is.
Oh goodness gracious. Sam Williams, that's what I meant. Oh my God. How that's an absolute insult to Sam Williams.
So, like, my opinion on this, look, a little bit deflated.
Yeah. It's the expectation of being deflated.
Yeah.
But I'm not mad at the logic behind the pick. I'm not mad at it at all.
Yeah. Like Joe's making the point here. Look, we were 29th against the run last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, he's right. Yeah, Joe's spot on.
Yeah.
And you saw that Bohanna's not cutting it last year, or certainly wasn't cutting it last year.
Yeah.
And also we lost Carlos Watkins as well.
Ridgway was gone. Not cut, but was released pretty early.
Yeah, he was released during training camp, was he not?
No, he was released after a week or two.
After the first preseason game or something.
No, first regular season.
Was it?
Season. Yeah. Yeah. You know, so
he's the only draft pick that we've let go.
Do
Yeah.
you think we might expect to see a trade by any chance in the last 3 picks?
Unless someone is trading in for a quarterback.
I don't see it happening, to be honest.
And Houston have got a quarterback. Indianapolis have got a quarterback. I don't see a trade.
No, I don't see it.
But I am laughing at the fact that we've got the Buffalo Bills to jump again for the second year in a row based on what they thought we were going to do.
I'm going to be very intrigued to hear the press conference from Jerry and Stephen, like what their board was like and stuff. So very intrigued. Like, how high did they have Mazzy Smith, etc.? Like, because, like I said, like we can only go by based on video footage. Well, like Will McClay and Dan Quinn, they've actually seen these guys firsthand and actually got a better impression. So obviously they've seen something that no one else has. Yeah. And I mean, obviously we did have a duty where obviously we tackled Charlton, but any other pretty much first round draft pick we've had, it's actually turned out to be fairly decent.
Oh, Paul.
What?
You're going to love this.
What?
I just looked up the NFL.com just to get his numbers and information. Do you want to know what their NFL comparison was for Mazzy Smith?
What?
Dontari Poe. How do you feel about the pick now?
No one can ever be like Dontari Poe.
Oh, no.
This one I thought I would never hear that freaking name ever again. Oh, there has been a trade. There's been a trade. Yeah. Broncos have traded up.
Broncos?
Yep.
Broncos going for a quarterback?
No, wait, no, they're talking about the Sean Payton thing.
Aye, so the Saints have... Wait a minute.
Saints have traded. Saints were at 29.
Yeah, no, they brought an infographic and it said Broncos Saints trade, but they were talking about the whole Sean Payton thing.
Yes.
Sorry, bloody.
Yeah.
It's
So Jason, who's a new person that's tuning in.
welcome, Jason. Welcome to the show. Welcome to
along.
the
UK. He reckons Mazzy Smith is going to be better than Dontari Poe.
Anyone can be better than Dontari Poe.
To be fair, Jason did follow it up with this.
RJ seems to be happy with him. Cowboys have got a stud.
Yeah.
Well, that's the Saints picks in now.
Oh. Yep. So Stephen Nicol, our own Stephen, is saying Broadus has said he's better than Hankins already. Needed to stop the run better. So
if that's the God himself, Brian Broadus, saying that, then I'll trust his judgment on that one for sure. Dontari Poe. Behave. So here's the question now. When it comes to this second round, what is the chances of us trading up in the second round? What is the chances?
I don't think they'll trade up. There's more likelihood they will trade down.
In the second?
Yeah. Pick up a few more picks. Like, look at the names. As I say, look at the names we talked about that are still on the board. Nolan Smith, Michael Mayer, Brian Breesy, Darnell Washington, Luke Musgrave, Sam Laporta, Joey Porter Jr.
There's the other guy. Is it Kraft?
Tucker Kraft's more a third round kind of a guy.
I know. Yeah.
So there's a lot of guys there. Stephen Nicol is saying here.
Oh, here we go.
A-chain. So.
Yeah, in a second, I think. But I would love to try and get us Schmitz or Brian Breesy off the clip.
Brian Breesy, yes.
Yeah, that's him off the board.
There we go.
But now we're back to the stinking freaking Eagles.
The only thing I would warn people not to do here right now is think that Mazzy Smith is following suit with Taco Charlton.
No, it's not.
That's the worst thing you could do right now.
See,
and I know there's going to be people who are going to do that.
That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. And when you look at all the other players from Michigan in the past, we had the guy, Quitty Pay was from Michigan, right?
Yes, he was.
Yeah,
like he was he's good, right? You've got the guy that it's actually from Scotland, is now with the Ravens. Obviously, he's Ojabo, fantastic player. Then you've got Hutchinson, right?
Yeah,
I think Taco Charlton was just a bad grade, but he just looked good in college and just never excelled. So not every player. So I'm and we're we're not writing it off. Interesting.
Yeah.
So here's so for the 32nd pick overall, the Steelers are now first on day 2.
Yeah. Because that's my
I think that's what softens that wind more about the Taco Charlton pick. You're right, Jason, is the fact that we skipped past TJ Watt.
But I'm not having to go at anyone when I say this. It's a little bit of a revisionist history in that TJ Watt plays as a 3-4. TJ Watt in this incarnation of the Dallas Cowboys defense would be elite. Yeah. I would love him. But when we had Rod Marinelli, he wasn't fit for our
at the time. Yeah, at the time.
Fourth.
Yeah.
Yep. At the time, yeah. No, you're right, Brian. You're absolutely spot on. Because the difference between a 3-4 and a 4-3 defensive front is different, completely different. Like if you're playing with a 4 front, you're going to have a more wider out edge. If you're playing a 3-4, you're going to be more heads up.
What do you reckon about Eagles taking Nolan Smith.
Oh God!
Or Joe. I think they'll go Joey Porter Jr. personally because they need secondary help. But I mean, like,
yeah, I just they've got one of the cornerbacks. They're in their last year of the contract, so yeah, Joey Porter makes sense.
Yeah, but then they off.
Yeah, and they do need a defensive back according to ESPN. So, but they might go Torrance. They might actually go offensive line because they may want to help bolster up, and because Lane Johnson's not going to be there forever.
yeah,
Kelsey's not going to be there forever.
Yeah, you're right.
This is very interesting. Who was it? Kansas City wanted? Was it Zay Flowers they wanted?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. They were looking straight up for Zay Flowers. Obviously, look, he's gone at this stage.
Heroes are still on the clock with 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Well, we've got 3 Smiths on the team now.
Yep.
And do you know what's funny? This will make you laugh. Do you know who? Just reading this now, what's going on here? Do you know who they want to target in the second round?
Who?
Nolan Smith.
Who?
Nolan Smith.
No, but who? Us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Based on what? Based on what?
I would imagine he'll be gone by then.
Yeah, he's not going to be there at 58. No chance.
Oh, no.
Joey Porter, isn't it?
No.
I'm not even seen anything. I've not even seen the pick's not even not in yet.
I've gone back onto Twitter.
You should have known better, Lauren.
So we know that we've made a pick. Yeah, and Andre Dillard is gone for the Eagles. He's gone. So they might go safety because Gardner Johnson's gone. Epps is gone.
Yeah.
That's you told. You tell him, Rich. You tell him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
stay off your socials, Lauren.
Yeah.
Take your warning.
Yeah. So look how disgusting they look.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Like what a disgusting color of puke green that is. It's almost virgin on brown.
It's more like the color of my crap.
That's exactly where I was aiming for.
Oh, I've got work at 8 o'clock in the morning. Lovely.
Yep. I've got to take the dog out in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, guys. If you're tuning in, watching this right now, so it's nearly 15 minutes to 5 in the morning here in the UK, and we're doing pretty well. We're still alive. We're still pretty. Is that a local draft show? It's on ESPN. Jason.
So Eddie, who again, I think Eddie is a new viewer, is saying an excellent pick for Dallas. That's who I wanted last month. So welcome along, Eddie. And look,
yeah, welcome, Eddie. Thanks for commenting onto the show. Thank you. Ugh. Oh, I remember that guy.
Coming out now.
Our good friend from Cowboys Fan told him to go F himself.
So just to answer Andy's show, yes, Andy, we will.
Yes,
we'll
we are.
Live at about just maybe 5-10 minutes before things kick off at midnight tomorrow here in the UK and Ireland. And welcome along from California, Eddie.
Hey, nice one.
Hey.
Just to let you know, Eddie, it's not just America's team, it is the world's team, my friend. Eagles have got a lot of options here at this pack.
Yeah.
It could be Torrance, could be Porter, could be Smith.
Oh, I know exactly who it is. I know what they're going to do. I know exactly what they're going to do. And I'm not going to say that. And I've not seen Twitter. I've not seen anything like that. If it doesn't come to pass, I will tell you what I was thinking.
We're just waiting for the selection.
Yeah.
And they've got some YouTubers up on the stage at the moment doing some sort of tossing of a coin.
It's coming up to, like, obviously it's coming up to Kansas City's pick, so I suppose it's all razzmatazz.
So the Dirty Birds have selected.
Oh, yep. Nolan Smith.
Wow! Oh my God! Yeah. He actually jumped the gun there.
Well, it came up. Wow. Came up on the NFL Network.
Wow! Wow!
Yeah. So Nolan Smith is now an Eagle.
So they got the two boys from Georgia. So is that not like 4 Georgian boys they've picked?
They got a linebacker too.
So they
got the big guy last year,
Jordan Davis,
and they also got the late round on what's his name in last year's draft from Georgia as well.
Nakobe Dean.
Nakobe Dean, that's the one.
Yeah.
So the Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and now Nolan Smith. So they've got 4 guys from Georgia with that. And the Eagles might as well start calling themselves the bloody Bulldogs at this rate.
Georgia North.
Yeah.
What I was actually thinking was that they were going to take Michael Mayer.
Yeah, just Dallas Goddard's contract's up this year, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's where my mind went to.
Yeah.
Suddenly.
Here's a curveball, and it's very unlikely this is going to happen for Kansas City. What if they go tight end?
They could.
It's unlikely.
Okay. Here's a crazy fact, and I mentioned this on the show before about Mazi Smith. I just remembered it now.
Yeah.
That in Michigan, they had to get bigger gym equipment because Mazi Smith kept breaking it because he was so powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that you saying that, Orange.
Yeah. That Michigan had to go out and buy specific gym equipment because the stuff Mazi Smith was using was basically not heavy enough and he was just breaking it.
Yeah.
The Philly Bulldogs.
So a lot of people are saying the Eagles are killing the draft, that they're peed off. Look, folks, as Paul always says,
draft is a lottery.
Draft is a lottery. You never know.
Let's be honest. Jordan Davis didn't set the world on fire in his rookie season. He didn't.
And that was exactly the point I was trying to make to Heck.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now look, maybe Jordan Davis comes on this year,
maybe,
and allows Carter the time to come on, and but Like, we have what we have.
I still feel confident we can still make a push to win our divisional title, 100%.
Well, no one's retained the East in what, 15 years?
2004, I think it is.
That's the guts of 20 years. No one has retained this division.
Yep.
You know,
and I don't see it happening anytime soon. The way how things are going right now, I think it's going to be between us and Philly.
Yeah. Like the Giants, I'm just looking back through here.
So they got Addison.
Cornerback. That's not really going to help them score.
Was it no Addison they picked?
No, the Giants took.
So they did. They went. That's right. They went with Banks.
And Washington took a cornerback as well.
So they did.
So there's been 5 picks in this first round of this draft in the NFC East, and all 5 picks were on the defensive side of the ball.
Interesting.
Yeah. Stephen is just making the point here. Good chance Carter is a bust. Couldn't finish his pad work at his pro day. Attitude red flags all over the place. Like, this is why I'm not starting to worry just yet.
Yeah.
6 months' time, he might have a fabulous camp and he might be ripping up the NFL. In 6 months' time, he might be out of the NFL. You do not know.
Yep, totally.
JXL is saying here that Kansas tried to trade up to get Mazi Smith.
Oh, interesting.
Joe's asking, I'm going to throw it to you guys. Team is having a great draft. What would it take for us to best them?
See, now the pick makes more sense. For us. What is our biggest problem with the Philadelphia Eagles in it is obviously Jalen Hurts with the run play option. And
I would say their front line right now is the biggest problem.
Yeah. Okay, so
that defensive line is crazy. It is.
But let's be honest, Mike. The Eagles have always drafted well when it comes to defensive linemen, but they've not. Like, they always had a good defensive line, so I'm not particularly worried in that regard because we always we expect that of them. I think from the offensive side of the ball, I think stopping Jalen Hurts running the ball through the middle gaps and stuff like that, Mazi Smith can actually kind of help eliminate those gaps. So in a way, the pick makes more sense to kind of prevent that from happening. So the more I'm processing this as time is going past, I'm actually starting to becoming more supportive of this pick.
And here's a crazy one. Think about this, right? You're going to have Mazi Smith with Osa Odigizua next year.
Yeah, I do like that.
Yeah, think of that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then throw in a little Chauncey Golston in and out of there too.
Yeah.
Final picks in.
Yeah. And like Andy is saying, it would take Hurts to regress for us to win the division. They look a really good team. Don't forget, one of the major things that Philly did this year is not going to be allowed next year, which is the push from behind, which Philly really, really used to their advantage. That's not going to be available to them next year.
You mean this upcoming season?
Yeah.
Good.
It's not going to be available.
And a running QB is always susceptible to getting smacked as well. So.
Yeah.
And here's the thing about running quarterbacks: they have a shorter lifespan than a pocket passing quarterback.
Yeah.
So when you look at the pass, right? You look at of RG3, even right now, you're seeing it kind of now with the questions with Kyler Murray. Is he the same player after his injury? You saw it with of Lamar Jackson. Is he going to be the same player after injury? There has been a dampen of quality from quarterbacks that are primarily running style based quarterbacks. And I mean, if Jalen Hurts was to get injured for a couple of games and stuff like that, that could hinder his performances in the future. So, and it kind of begs the question: is like, has the Eagles actually made a good idea of actually putting their eggs in the basket with Jalen Hurts? I still don't think they have. I think they've made a big mistake.
Yeah. Like their depth chart behind Hurts is Mariota and Ian Book.
Have you put a tweet out, Paul?
No, not yet, not yet. I'm just waiting for the final pick to come in.
That's cool.
Yeah, like Stephen Nickel was backing up your point there. As regards RG3, Kyler Murray, those kind of things. Little Mac has had a look at highlights. Doesn't hate the pick, but he doesn't love it either. And this is the thing, like YouTube clips are only going to show the best of players. They're not going to show the worst.
Yeah, true. Just wait for the Chiefs pick to come in.
So they've got somebody up on stage lifting the Super Bowl trophy.
Of course they would do that anyway. I'm just wondering if this might be Josh Downs, actually.
Possibly, Paul. Possibly.
Yeah, because it's Clark Hunt, right? Oh, and the pick's in, and
didn't see that one.
Interesting.
So a run on defense towards the end.
The Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year is the pick. Felix Anudike Uzama.
That's
I'm
a tongue
not going to try and say that again at 5
Yeah, that's a tongue twister of a name, to be fair. All right, let me get my tweet out.
Yeah. So I'll run back down through the board now in a minute. I'm just writing the last two names down.
I'll tell you what, the first half of that draft was just insanity.
Yeah. You could say the same about the second. Well, see, Felix is the TCU, isn't he?
Kansas State.
K-State. Okay. So to give everyone a run back down through what happened this evening. So Carolina picked first and took Bryce Young, quarterback, out of Alabama. Houston took CJ Stroud, quarterback, out of Ohio State. Houston then traded up to number 3, took Will Anderson, defensive end, out of Alabama. Indianapolis selected Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida, at 4. Seattle picked Devin Witherspoon, cornerback, Illinois. At 6, Arizona took Paris Johnson Jr., offensive tackle, out of Ohio State. The Raiders took Tyree Wilson, defensive end, out of Texas Tech. Atlanta selected Bijan Robinson, running back, out of Texas. Somebody picked Jalen Carter out of Georgia. Chicago picked Darnell Wright, offensive tackle, out of Tennessee. Tennessee then selected Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle / guard, out of Northwestern. The Lions selected Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, out of Alabama. Green Bay selected Lucas Van Ness, defensive end, out of Iowa. Pittsburgh took Broderick Jones, offensive tackle, out of Georgia. The Jets took Will McDonald, out of Iowa State. And the Commanders took Emmanuel Forbes, out of Mississippi State. So anyone there that you want to discuss, or will I keep going?
No, I'll keep going.
Okay. So at 17, New England took Christian Gonzalez, cornerback, out of Oregon. 18 was Jack Campbell from Iowa, went to Detroit. Tampa Bay selected Kalai Kansi, defensive tackle, out of Pittsburgh. Seattle selected Jackson Smith and Jigba at 20, wide receiver, out of Ohio State. The Chargers selected Quentin Johnson, wide receiver, out of TCU. Baltimore selected Zay Flowers, wide receiver, out of Boston College. Minnesota selected Jordan Addison, wide receiver, out of USC. The Giants selected Deontay Banks, cornerback out of Maryland. Buffalo selected Dalton Kincaid, tight end out of Utah. Dallas selected Mazi Smith, defensive tackle out of Michigan. The Jags selected Anton Harrison, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. Cincinnati selected Miles Murphy, defensive end out of Clemson. New Orleans selected Brian Breesy, defensive tackle out of Clemson. Some teams selected Nolan Smith out of Georgia. And the last pick in the first round, Kansas City Chiefs selected Felix Anudike Uzama, linebacker out of Kansas State. So let's reassess, gentlemen. And Little Mac is asking the question, is there any chance Steve Avila will be available tomorrow at pick 56?
When you look at the way the first round has gone, every chance.
Yeah.
I still think we might trade up.
Maybe, Paul, maybe.
I think you're probably going to need to get Avila because yes, Torrance is still there, but there's going to be a run on offensive linemen going forward. So
you still have DeJuan Jones, you still have John Michael Schmitz available to you. So there are offensive tackles, guards, and a center. Cody Mock is still on the board. So there is going to be a player there if you want to take offensive line in the second round.
So Professor O has graded the pick as a C+.
Nah, more than that. Put it this way, I just shared a video, go watch it. It's him lifting 800 pounds. Well, that's how strong he is. Go take a look at it. The guy moves 800 pounds with his bare hands.
Mike, I've put my tweet out just to let you know.
Yeah, I've already got it.
Here's the thing, Mike. 800 pounds, but what did you say about Nolan Smith all the way through the coverage this evening? Or were we just impressed with his combine?
No, but I'm just explaining to you that he's strong. But Mazi Smith does have, like, bear in mind, you it's hard with statistics.
Yeah.
At defensive tackle, but still, he ranked Mazi Smith last year for Michigan, ranked number 1 in quarterback pressures. Just so you know.
Yeah.
I just found that out.
Dale's not happy.
Yeah.
Brandon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I haven't heard from him in ages.
Yeah, he just posted a video of his reaction to the pick.
Right. I've got that. I could submit this now. Really.
Micah Parsons is really happy with the pick.
He actually phoned Dan Quinn or texted him and told him you need to take Mazi Smith.
Yeah. I saw that message somewhere. I think someone might have put it into our comments. So, like there's a bit of sport. Like, look, as I say, I was a little bit dejected, but I mean, it wasn't a pen throw for me.
It's like we've already highlighted, Brian. It's like, I think our expectation, and I think the media does play a big part into this. Like, they're saying, we should be going tight end. He's the best player available, etc., etc. But again, it could be more media talk, just saying, like, why pick the best player available when we've already got like Ferguson, Hendershot already there doing a good job, but there is a gap and a really big need for defensive tackles. So we have addressed the hole, which I'm glad that we have.
Yep.
So I mean, see, the more I'm processing this, I'm not, like I said, like, I'm not thrilled, but I'm happy at the fact that we've covered the one tech pretty much, which is something that we needed to do at some point in this draft. Like, there was the talk of Roy from LSU, there was Ojomo from Texas, there was Ika from Baylor. That was my pet cat. So, I mean, it's just one of those ones we just need to see what happens and how it plays out, you know?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, go on ahead, Lauren.
I was just going to say there's still a lot left on the board. I mean, guys that some people had actually focused on being, you know, first round consideration. You know, this is it bodes well for the next couple of rounds anyway. You just need to see how it goes, whether we follow this up or not. But it maybe wasn't the pick we were totally wanting, but you know,
you can also say they hedged the bets, right? Think about this. What is the positions that are very deep? We could say tight end, running back.
Yep.
Not many offensive linemen have come off the board, so there's still a lot available. What is there not that many of? Inside defensive linemen and linebackers. The Cowboys have taken one of the top players at a position that there's very scarce talent at. So what you do is you go, right, well, we'll take a position that there isn't that much of, and then we'll take the deeper position players in the later rounds.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the question I was going to pose to all of you, right? I think our first Project Prospect show was on tight ends.
Yeah.
And the talk up to this morning was there could be 4 tight ends go in the first round. There might even be another one would sneak in.
Only one went.
One. So that shows you what the media are talking about and what draft rooms are looking at are totally different. Again, the wide receiver talk, no one had a consensus. And then within 5 or 6 picks, there was, you know, like what it went 4 in a row wide receiver. Do you know? So, you know, what you're hearing in the media is totally different from what you're hearing.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at a couple of tweets. Cowboys do diligence. Stevie P, JP just put a gif of Tyler Bayadish, and it's a gif of a guy saying, "I'm concerned." See, and here's the thing: this is going to be good for Tyler Bayadish actually in training.
Yeah.
To build up his technique. Obviously, he's doing his work and due diligence with the great and powerful Duke Manyweather right now. This is going to be a really good. How would you describe it? Like, it's going to help Bayadish in the long run, going up against like Mazzy every day at the start and during training camp. So. Yeah, that has to be a positive, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. Truly is. But look, it's gone 5 a.m. in the morning, and I know Paul and Mike, you guys still have to do a bit of work for Blogging the Boys before you get to bed. We will be back live at about say 5 to or 10 to midnight here in the UK and Ireland. Just before 6 o'clock in Texas. So whatever time that is for everyone else in the world. But I think it's time for us to head off.
You yes, take it away.
Yeah. So Mazzy Smith, defensive tackle, is your first round pick for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yep.
Good night
Welcome
from me.
to Dallas.
Yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. What time are we going to be here tomorrow?
Right, 12 o'clock.
Yeah, 10 to 12, we go live.
So 10 to 12, so that will be 10 to 6 in Texas. But yeah, we'll see you back for day 2, folks. But remember, hit the like, hit the subscribe button if you're new to the channel. It would mean a great to us if you just do those wee simple wee things. And we'll hopefully see you tomorrow. And keep coming with those comments.
Yep. Cheers, guys.
Good night.